laugh until I can't breathe. Midnight moonlight dancing, never get enough sleep. Oh, the whole night through.
Land, a city's most precious asset and wealth creator. For centuries, history has shaped the city of Johannesburg, yet inequality has divided us. But land has the potential to correct our past, and the JPC strives to use this as a catalyst for change by managing the city of Johannesburg's 8.6 billion property portfolio more efficiently and bringing the poor into the economic landscape through a land strategy that includes the mayor's 10-point plan to kickstart a revival. The JPC's 5 areas of operation work together to meet the city's transformational goals. The property asset management portfolio is diverse and encompasses about 30,000 parcels of land in various classes, with an asset viewer that makes it easier to identify economic, social, and transformation opportunities. The Facilities Management Division oversees the management of city-owned buildings, public conveniences, taxi facilities, and accelerating service delivery in other City of Johannesburg-owned facilities. The Property Development Unit's aim is to transform the city's public land wealth into an abundance of opportunity. Some of these exciting developments include the Newtown Precinct, the biggest city block development since the Carlton Centre, the innovative 27 Boxes Retail Centre in Melville, and the West Bank Fairlands Office Park. In Soweto, the Orlando Ekhaya Precinct developing 15 sites to create an authentically Sowetan destination. The iconic new council chamber creatively modelled on the circular Lekgotla concept, which means meeting place. The Property Management Department has 3 components. Land acquisition allocates city-owned land for economic development. The municipal portfolio has registered rights for infrastructure such as water reticulation, electricity supply, roads, transport routes, sanitation, clinics, fire stations, and libraries. The Outdoor Advertising Division manages all out-of-home advertising. This revenue is channeled back towards assisting the city to meet its land strategy aims. As Johannesburg works to level itself, the land strategy is an action plan that leverages the city's property assets for the benefit of its people. Land, a city's most precious asset.
Sisigelela i-Afrika, sicela ukuthula nothando.
take our seats. Good morning once again. Good morning. All right. I'd like to welcome our viewers that are joining us online. Please be informed to keep your microphones on mute. If you do have any questions during the discussions, please make sure that you raise your hand virtually so that we can acknowledge you and get your questions. To all our other delegates in the room, you're most welcome this very morning. I would like to, first of all, start us so that we can watch the ICANN video. And I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Molapo. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. Exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen. The future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
Give yourselves a good round of applause. And thanks to GRI, like I said, if you want to, if you're comfortable, put your mask, that's great. But the good news is the place is sanitized and is continuously sanitized by GRI. Let's give them a round of applause. Say, Siyabonga GRI. Want to say welcome to, first of all, Amy. Thank you so much. Let's give Amy, our program director, a wonderful round of applause. And our co-facilitators, Dr. Daniel Mukwena. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. And Sister Sally will also be doing some work. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to ask you, because this is recorded, a lot of people are going to come late, so I'm going to ask all of you guys, let's fill the other tables, please. Let's just move, let's fill the other tables, so that the other guys that are coming a little bit late do not disturb us. So please, at the back, if you can just try to fill up the other tables. Shall and them, if you can just move up here. House Maggie and the guys just fill the other tables there. Then it's easy for the people to move in and squeeze in there. That's it. Thank you. It's in the Bible. It says, if you sit up front, they'll say, hey, go to the back. But you're in the back, they say, please, can you come up front? So it's actually biblical. Thank you. And like I said, no problem. You can have your teas. Come and have your teas here. Even during tea break, there's no tea break. We'll be able to serve you there so that we can get started. Okay, but I'll make it that's fine. Yeah. Then Mpumalanga in the house. Good to see you. Want to say thank you so much, first of all, to our sponsors. City of Joburg. Is City of Joburg here? City of Joburg, they're still coming. The MMC will be coming in a couple of minutes. Can we say hello to African Bank? Thank you so much, African Bank. To Mahula Legacy Foundation. Let's give him a wonderful shout there. And then PowerCore, Jody PowerCore and Cute Grip, and my brother 3-in-1. Just give it up for him. And then we also want to say thank you so much to CXIA. Right there, this afternoon we're going to finish early. We're going to have lunch, and then after lunch we go home, but we're going to have experiential learning 3D. And so when you take us there, you need to bring us back now, okay? So when you take us somewhere, make sure we bring us back, okay? Let's give CXIA a wonderful round of applause. And we also have Cell Bucks will be here today for question and answer. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. And Maluti, all the way from Putadi Chaba, Kwa. And the white people say Kwa. From Kwa. And say hello to my brother, Pastor Chris Venter. My brother, say hello for me, okay? Thank you so much. We are ready to start. The program today is packed, so that is why we just want to be sure we move on time. Exactly 9:30, we are moving to Singapore. Michael Podolinsky, I will give you all his Google stuff, whatever, is speaking live from Singapore. He's an American guy. He's now based in Singapore. He's going to talk about Take Back Your Life. What is his topic? Take Back Your Life. And then immediately thereafter, we go all the way to Kenya. Sarah Munyi. Sarah Munyi is the president of the youth in Africa. Sarah will be coming and giving us some wonderful words of encouragement. Then thereafter, we're going to have a question and answer session. And we're excited that the president is still here today with us from SAPCO, Ubaba, President Umlotshwa Sanele. Let's give Babu Umlotshwa a wonderful round of applause. You can't say that in English. You can't say my pinch, impinchiam. So those online who understand Zulu Sutu, it means he's a bosom or covenant brother. And then later on, obviously, we're going to be talking about dovetail. What does dovetail do? And our Sally just came in. Hello, Sally. And then we're also going to be interviewing these wonderful young people with Dr. Skolonyana. So it's a power-packed program. And then my right-hand man, Abna Mariri, Dr. Abna Mariri, is going to be talking about a serious matter, substance abuse. We made a lot of money together. We came back from exile together. And then while we are doing business and God's work, he got sucked into the world of drugs. That, I must warn you, you must have some tissue ready, because he's going to be authentic, real. And then it's also one of the programs, Babu Sanele, that we are getting into schools, universities, and corporate. So he's going to be here. Then Babu Bonang might be coming, might not be coming. We'll finalize with him. But Bonang Mohal will be here, the president of BUSA, Business Unity South Africa. And then all the way from Nigeria, UK, USA, we're going to have Ubabu Olomide, Dr. Emmanuel Olomide, my Nigerian brother. He was going to be coming in and giving us a wonderful motivation. So it's going to be a packed day. So just like yesterday, what we're going to do around 11:15, we will be taking care of your teas. We want by 1:30 to be done. Simple reason, we're going to have fun with the classes, but other people still need to drive. Maswatila mahlengani zamela ngithi. When I'm in Pumalanga, when they need a cool drink and straw, they say mfuna namunate nampopo gnatsa. You know, that is a Swazi way smooth. That's what it is. You know, mfuna namunate nampopo gnatsa. So by 1:30, we'll be interacting there, and my wife will be giving a vote of thanks. The MMC also will be here. The MMC says, please don't finish until those classes. He's just coming for the classes stuff, you know. So just the classes stuff. Okay, so let me start by saying, House Maggie, yesterday we were busy. Just share with the people who you guys are and what you're doing, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. D. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our business is about human resources management. We do recruitment. We also provide human resource management services. So we are in two streams. It's recruitment as well as HR consulting services. I just want to share with them how the business was established. We worked for government for 30 years in human resource management. And when can I use the word retire?
No, be fired. I don't like the word retire.
So when we exited the government system, the business was not in our thoughts. We just wanted to relax, have fun, and go on holidays and do things that we could not do when we were still working. But because of the passion that we had in terms of skills development as well as unemployment in our country, it was a worry to us. So what we did, we started by thinking about how do we give back to the community. And then with our own money, Dr. Malabo, we identified about 16 unemployed young people from the disadvantaged area of the Vaal, which is Sidibeng. And we put them on the boiler operator program. The reason we chose boiler operator program, it was because of the experience that we had whilst we were still working for government, that there was a scarce skill in terms of boiler operator, qualified boiler operators. Previously, one would work as a boiler operator or operate a boiler. I'm talking about the manual boiler operator. But later on, because of the developments and also the pressure on the implementation of Health and Safety Act, the government was required to now have the qualified boiler operators. But because it was not even, I think even now, it is not part of the curriculum at the TV college. Now we had to start a program, register a program with SITA. We had to find somebody who will develop even the unit standards of that boiler operator program. So that's how it started. Because of the lack of the skill, that is why we chose boiler operator. Then we put the 16 young people on the program. Of course, we had to get this guy who was appointed to do the unit standards and so forth. But we managed to do that. And this program, it is comprised of 8 weeks theory, and 5 weeks practicals in the boiler house, where they will then practically operate the boiler. And then after that, they would be accredited, and then they got certificate from SITA. Now they are qualified boiler operators. And from there, through the conferences like this, we were empowered to say, you don't just develop skills for the sake of developing skills. You need to trace. Where are these learners that you have trained? We then started the recruitment company. And the recruitment company allows us to put them on our database. Because now we became a registered recruitment company. So we put them on the database, and we were able to form partnerships with other businesses, with other institutions to say, hey guys, we have about 16 qualified boiler operators. Some of them, we managed to get temporary employment as COM, but it was just a temporary 3 to 4 months. But currently, we have about 16 boiler operators who are not working currently. But we are also exploring the option of entrepreneurship so that they are able maybe to open their own businesses. Now, because of our experience now, remember I spoke about 30 years experience, we then now, because we knew the scarce skills in our country, we then ensured that we have those other skills in our database. Now, currently, we have various skills in our database. We have soft skills, we have technical skills, we have engineers, we have civil, structural, we have mechanical, we have electrical. I'm talking about registered engineers in our database. Yes. So that is the part of recruitment. So that is where we are. So Tembi will just briefly talk about the HR services consulting part. Thank you.
I say, how can people help? Don't dodge that question.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yes, yes.
Okay. 3 things.
That's it.
One, 3 things. Now, we still need to put more on the program. But remember, first program, we did it with our money. We don't have that money anymore. So we need funds, Dr. Mulapo, so that we can put more, because people are crying outside there. That's number 1. Yes. Number 2, we have skills in our database that we can supply to companies. So if you need a technical skill, any skill that you have, we have it in our database. The skill that you don't have, we headhunt. We search for the skill. We get the skill for you. We do screening. We do verifications, everything, the whole entire.
Number 3?
Number 3 is part of the HR consult that we say, yeah, any HR consulting services, we are there.
No, let him give it to her. That's fine. I'll give it to her. I'll give it to her. I'm mentoring Ausmegi, and I know she's doing this thing. With people like this here and online, the 3 things, again, I'm going to rewind. Number 1, we need funds. We got that one. Number 2?
Number 2, we can provide skills to you.
Now we can do that. If not, we can headhunt. We can do all of that stuff. Then number 3, how can people get a hold of you today, Sisi?
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. People can get through to our company in the website that we have. Our website address is www.mtetarecruitment.co.za. My MD has already indicated that as Mteta Recruitment and HR Consulting Company, we are dealing with 2 streams. I would like to impress upon the fact that with regards to HR consulting services, we are dealing with that area in conjunction with ICANN for IR. The HR consulting services that we are dealing with is organizational development, change management, mentoring and coaching, human resource planning, human resource turnaround strategy, human resource policies and processes, staff redeployment framework, HR policies, HR policies, staff redeployment framework, backlog management strategy, and training on public service prescripts, including Labor Relations Act. Those are the HR services that we are responsible for as Mteta Recruitment Company. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. We cannot talk about women empowerment and don't do anything. It's good now. These are Maluti TVET now. Rabazamela, Mamagir. This is a women's league, as you can see. So again, Ausmegi is going to be here. But again, one more time, what is your website? One more time, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mlapo. Our website address is www.mtetarecruitment.co.za. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to Singapore. My brother Mike, are you there, my friend? Let's play the 60 seconds intro, and then we've got Brother Michael. That is why I was rushing, because he's already there. Okay, let's get the 60 seconds video, and then we're going to go live to Singapore. Okay, we're going. Are we winning there? Okay.
Wow. 3,000 plus people online from 60 different countries. I have been blessed to visit over 50 countries in my lifetime, and I worked in 37 countries on 7 continents. From my travels, I discovered something, that we are all different, yet we're all the same. We got different customs, different languages, yes, but as humans, we are the same. We love our families, except maybe for the teenagers. We do business as best as we can. Don't we want our children to grow up to be good people? Yes, these are universals. Today, I want to share research I started in 2017 at age 63. I always had a 5-year plan, but I thought I would limp along to retirement if I only have a 5-year plan, and I never wanted to retire. So I made my very first 12-year plan, and I discovered new information that got me excited, got me juiced, got me going, and that ended up being the source of my new book, Take Back Your Life, and the speech I'm delivering for you, Take Back Your Day, Your Team, and Your Family. If you like my short talk today, please book me into your organization, and I promise I will help you double your team's productivity in less than 12 months. If you don't like my talk, please keep it to yourself. Just kidding. Pass on the feedback to my brother David Malapo, and I'm sure either way he'll be happy to hear from you. Now, I'll let the real me share with you live. Back to you, David.
Not retiring. I thought you caught that one. He's 63. He says not retired, and he's on fire. That's what I was saying to you. Don't use that word. Mike, are you there, my brother? Are we winning there? We'll just wait. But is he online? Okay. Yeah, but we can't hear him. I want to see him for 2 minutes, and then he can get started, because we're under time pressure. My brother, how you doing? We can't hear you. Can you unmute or something? Can you unmute? Okay, let's see. We just want to work on your audio. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Let's see. The technical guys are still working on it. Babu Sanele is what we call that's why we still like live people. Peter, you know, this technology. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I can hear you. We can hear you.
From the beginning again.
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing, my brother?
And let's see here. I will go. I just had everything, and let's. Okay, I'm here, and
can you hear me now?
Okay, we're here and we're doing the basic thing, and then I do.
We'll share the screen with you. Yeah, then we'll share the screen with
And
you.
I share that, and here we go, and that should be it. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me, my brother?
Yes, I can. And can you see me and see the slides?
We see you, and you're wearing something white, man. Is that your bishop stuff, or is it a earpiece, my friend?
Well, this is my earpiece, yeah, but I'm wearing my sport coat and black shirt, so...
Before you start, Mike, I want to say thank you so very much, my brother. When I was chairman of the Billy Graham Ministry, I used to stay in his house in Minnesota. He's been to South Africa many, many times. And how old did you say you are? 23? What's your age, bro?
Yeah, right. Well, I'm 66 this year.
66. Are you smoking something in Singapore that we need to know of?
Definitely not. I've never smoked, but or tried that other stuff. But I'm feeling great and excited about doing this. Can you see my slides?
We can see your slide very well, so let's go ahead. We want to say welcome to our 21st SADC Annual Leadership Conference. So please, we're going to give you your time. You share with us, and then we'll come back to you. So go ahead. Who's that person next to you there on your right?
That's my son over there. He's trying to get the other screen going. I don't think that's going to work. So let's just get started, okay?
Let's get busy, my brother. Take Back Your Day and Your Team and Your Life by Michael Podolinsky. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Go for it.
Great. So I want to share a little story with you today. And that little story is that I actually love tech. People think because my book is against tech or whatnot. No, I'm not against technology. I'm against the abuse of technology, and that's what we have to be careful of because it's taking our time, taking our lives. I got my first computer in '85. A Mac Plus. The Plus was the special thing for me. It was 1 full megabyte of RAM. Woohoo! And then a 20 megabyte hard drive sitting underneath it. People said, you're never going to fill that up. Little did they know. And the laser writer printer called desktop publishing back then, I still remember $11,865 US. Would anybody spend that today? In fact, it's actually over $30,000 US in today's dollars. And very few people would do that, but it transformed my business. I was the only speaker that I knew of that had everything typeset quality. So I was excited about that. And then I kept working on it, and eventually everybody else got the tech. And then in 2017, I was thinking about my 5-year plan. Always had a 5-year plan. You got to plan in advance. And then I looked at it and thought, if I do another 5-year plan, I might limp along, just might limp along to retirement. And I never want to retire. If you retire and if you are what you do and you stop doing it, you're nothing. So I never wanted to retire. And so I thought, I won't make another 5-year plan. I'll make a 12-year plan. And from that 12-year plan, I began to learn new material. I got all excited all over again about learning something new. When I looked back from that, I realized I'd been in burnout for 5 years, and I didn't even know it. I've written articles on burnout, never recognized it in myself. So I began doing a lot of online research about technology, about new health ideas, productivity, team dynamics, and time mastery. And that got me juiced up and working double hard and being excited again and enjoying what I was doing. So how did our lives get stolen? Well, technology has been taking our attention, and that takes our time, and time is life, as Alan Lakin said. And when did this happen? 2007, September 2007, Stanford University, the clouds of gloom started coming over the campus. And here's what happened. 75 Silicon Valley elites went to Stanford University. And what they wanted to do was to learn how to make tech and apps highly pleasurable. They never were before, and they did it, but never told us they did it. Within 10 weeks, they accrued 16 million users. 6 apps made it to the top 100 out of Facebook apps, out of 6,000 Facebook apps. And literally, they made $1 million in ad revenue within that 10 weeks. Most people go into debt when they go to college. This group made money. They were literally printing gold. And this is when all this began to change in technology. They found out how to tap into our pleasure systems in our brain. And I learned from Dr. Russell Poldrake at Stanford University that what the dopamine is, it's not a reward, but it takes us to the pleasure systems. In those systems, we get serotonin, the happy chemical, tends to regulate our mood. Oxytocin, the love chemical. And then endorphins, it's plural because there's many of them. They push us through pain, like the runner's high and so forth. Now, we got these devices, we got these apps, we got these videos, and they became so pleasurable we couldn't stop watching, couldn't stop clicking, couldn't stop swiping. And look at this group here. They're sitting on a beach on their holiday, and they're not playing in the ocean. They're not exploring the jungle. They're having a smoke, same thing they do back home, and they're on their devices, and they're in a beautiful place, and yet they want to be on their devices and looking at the same stuff they look at every day. And that's because it gives them more pleasure than their surroundings. And I find that tragic. Look, long use of technology changes our brain chemistry. And as a result, we begin to think differently and appreciate things and people differently. 66% of people globally are nomophobic. That means they have a dreaded fear of not having their mobile phone with them. 20% would rather go without shoes for a week rather than take a break from their phone. And it's shocking, but 43% never unplug, never unplug. They take their phone to bed. They wake up with their phone. They got it on all day, and that has become their life. They weren't satisfied. No, the Silicon Valley elites were not satisfied with just getting us addicted to tech. They wanted to make sure they had us completely. They went to casino consultants to find out how to use variable ratio schedules and make it more addicting. I don't know if any of you watching this have ever been in a casino, but people tell me all the time, oh, I won. Oh, I won. Well, guess what? Casinos globally are bringing in $152 billion annually. And they go, hoo-hoo, wow, that's a lot of money. How much are we winning? Less than $900 million. Do you realize that is only 0.6% payout for all the money coming back in? It's a no-win situation if you play long-term. Yes, once in a while somebody wins for an hour, they win a big pot, but the reality is it's not a winning situation. And they've taught us with our phones the same way. We think we're winning, we think we're getting ahead, and what we're doing is destroying our lives. The fourth thefts that we've come across, taking our attention is taking our time, stealing our data, and turning us into a commodity. Turning us into a commodity they buy and sell. We're worth $200, each one of us, to Facebook or to Google or to YouTube. $200. We're cheap slaves. We're cheap electronic slaves. That irritates me. The algorithms that the Persians developed have been so sophisticated now and upgraded, that they give us exactly what we want, even when we don't know we want it. Do you realize Amazon, they haven't done it yet, but Amazon could actually be sending welcome to the new baby packages even before the woman knows she's pregnant? How? Women change their buying patterns to buy unscented things, to buy things that they wouldn't normally buy when they get pregnant. And Amazon can track that with their algorithms. I find that rather invasive. They're shrinking our brains as well as stealing our memory. We don't have to remember. Binge watching videos destroys our memory. They're programming our thinking, programming us. In 83, there are 50 companies owned 90% of media. Then it became 25 companies, 6 companies in 2000, 5 companies in 2021. And most are owned by just 15 billionaires. And they tell the pretty faces they hire to do the news what to say, the exact words to say. So they feed the billionaires' narrative to the people. And I'm shocked because now they're actually saying men can have babies. And all these ridiculous things, and 620 different genders, and I'm a little confused by that. I'm not against anybody who's different from me or has different beliefs, but I am thinking biology hasn't changed that much. But the news media is playing into the younger people and getting them convinced. Well, that's what happened, and that's what irritates me. Now, the fixes for this is the main part of this. I've got 10 fixes. If you can apply these 10 fixes, that can transform your organization. Here they are. First of all, I want to make you aware that in 2 Timothy 1:17, or 1:7, pardon me, for the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline. Yes, we are designed to be powerful, to be filled with love and self-discipline. So take back your life, but take back your confident life. Here are the 10 tools for taking back our teams. First of all, this guy, I don't know if you recognize this guy or not, but it's a younger version of the guy who's in the room with you now, David Malapo, my buddy. And he taught me something 20, 25 years ago, and I've been using it ever since with his picture, with his name. He taught me the value of growing cultures within an organization. He said in South Africa, 11 different cultures, 11 different languages. But the key thing is, in any organization, we've got to create our own internal culture. How do we do that? Well, for Novartis, for example, a pharmaceutical company in Singapore out in Tuas, we did a program for their team. And so we wanted to help them build a team that's going to be highly effective. And one of the things I mentioned was David Malapo's idea about creating our own culture. And they got excited about that. Then when we met with the plant manager, he said, oh, no, we have a culture from headquarters. And I said, well, it's not the same in Europe as it is here in Singapore. We need a local culture. And he was disagreeing with me, but the team spoke up and said, no, we want it. So we spent an hour. I've had people laugh at me, say, oh, it takes weeks to build cultures, months. No, we did it in 1 hour by having everybody give their input and then boiling it down and so forth. It's a facilitation skill. And it worked. And as a result, they've gone and worked on it, improved it, called them back 2 years later, are using the culture statement. They say it's everywhere in the plant. So thank you, David, for that, because it's transforming how they work. So that's number one. You got to have your own culture statement in your organization. Number two, this is important. The top 25% of companies outperform the bottom 75% by 30 times over 10 years. That's huge. Okay, now would you like that in your organization? It's simple. You know what they're doing? Exactly what I'm teaching you today in these 10 steps. If you can apply them, you can literally be in the top 25% globally. But a lot of people haven't upgraded what they've been doing. There's 3 groups we need to work with. So number 3, there's 3 groups. We got wieners, whiners, and winners. And you got to treat each group differently. You can't treat them all the same. Lawyers love everybody treated the same. But the problem is people are different and need different ways of being treated. For example, the wieners. Wieners are the ones that are trying to get out of work. Hey, boss around? No. Oh, some meeting with Malapo? Oh, let's go out and have a smoke. That's why we get smoked wieners. Okay, we got that's one group. And these are the ones trying to get out of work. The whiners are complainers. Why is it always my job? How come I have to do it? How come me? And they complain all the time. And then the winners are the ones who just simply pitch in and do the work. They're great to have around. I promise you, the top 25% don't have wieners, don't have whiners. They're all winners. And that's why they outperform 30 times in a 10-year period. We have to suffer with the wieners who cost us money, the whiners who about break even, and the winners are the ones who have to make our profits. So we need to reshape things, and you got to treat the weaners with controls and make sure they change, make sure they develop. But if you give the same controls to the winners, you're going to kill off their spirit and they're going to go to a different company. And the whiners, we got to keep them from dragging everybody else down. So we got to treat them differently. We need to monitor. Number 4, monitor activity. People are online and they're constantly doing things they shouldn't be doing. The promise of technology has dropped dramatically since 2007. It used to be at a 60% level. Now it's about a 40% level. And the reason being, people are at work, but they're not working at work. They're goofing off. So you need a way to monitor them, to track them, and also track their KPIs, track their goals, an open system where you can see from CEO down to the tea lady. So you got to make sure we've got good tracking systems in place. These are just recommended by PC Magazine. And so TerraMind is a really good, it's a complex one, but it's very detailed, and that's good. And then InterGuard, which is for those who have worked from home or outside of the office kind of environment. So, and make sure you're aware, because Facebook Video Downloader is out there, and 85% of videos are watched with sound off. Why? Why would they watch with sound off? You don't go to a movie theater with the sound off, but they watch them at work. Oh yeah, they watch them at work, and they're reading them closed caption, and somebody's coming nearby, they press a button and a spreadsheet comes up. And they think, oh, I needed a break. Well, it ends up being a 3-hour break, because they keep binge watching one right after the other. The next thing I'm a little uncomfortable in sharing, but I asked David, he said, well, they need to know. And what you need to know is that 50% of porn is watched during office hours. And if somebody's watching this in the office and then they walk around the office and see somebody they find attractive, they may not act appropriately. And it's a waste of our time, waste of our resources, waste of personnel. This, if you monitor it, by the way, you'll be able to see how much time they spend on Facebook, on YouTube, and on the P word I just mentioned. We all have about 6 good hours in us per day. So you got to guard your 6 hours and guard your team's 6 hours. You say, where to get that? Well, there's tons of studies. Here are at least 14, and I've seen others as well. We need to use 6 hours of the day. Usually the first part of the day for most people. Some actually can spread it out. But usually that first 6 hours of the day, and then after that is just maintenance kind of work that you can do from there. And fewer hours make more sense. See, if you put in fewer hours, you're going to get more done. If you look at it, Mexico is putting in thousands and thousands of hours into their work, yet they're very low in productivity. When you look at France, however, they work a 4-hour day, and their day, every hour is 16% more productive than the UK's. And as a result, they work 4 days and do the same amount of work as somebody in the UK does in 5 days. And yet they have 3 days off, time with family, time for exercise, time for fun. Do you remember fun? We used to have fun. Remember when that was, things were, never mind. We also got to get the 40-hour work week. I mean, it's been around since the 1800s. Henry Ford rediscovered it, and he got his buddies to watch it, and to stick with 40 hours. And they did successfully. They lobbied U.S. Congress and went all over the world. And what ruined it was Tom Peters, who came in and extolled Silicon Valley work ethic. And unions were shut down and disbanded, which was very unfortunate. Relationship between hours worked and productivity. If you look at those on the left of your screen, they're working 1,400 to 1,600 hours in a year. And the productivity levels are high. They're at 60, 70%. But on the right side, they're putting in, 2,100. They're putting in 2,200 more hours, 2,500, and they're hardly getting any productivity at all. They're at 10, 20%. More hours doesn't necessarily make us more productive. You need to be thinking about this. Okay, after hours work leads to at least one health problem per year. Making people work longer, you're going to be paying for it in terms of healthcare costs. So make sure you get people out. I love Google because I've been over there to Google offices. They were amazing. They've got new offices that are even better. And with their new offices, this is great. They have free breakfast. They have free snacks. They have free lunch, but they don't serve dinner. Why? They want their employees to go home and spend time with family and friends. Smart. That's why they're a $1 trillion company, huh? Number 6, we got to watch distractions, things that take away from our time. People getting interrupted take 50% longer to complete tasks. So we got to cut down on the distractions. Many of these are coming from our devices. At the same time, they make 50% more mistakes. See? And it's because we are distracted, we make more mistakes. And it always takes more time and resources to try to fix those mistakes later. Shut off all your notifications. Used to be just email notifications. Before that, it was just phone notification for your phone. The phone lights red and ringing, right? But now, no, there's so many different distractions, notifications. Shut them all down. Oh, but Mike, we need it for IT department. We need it for sales. Sales can be taught to be incredibly responsive and to get their clients to agree. If I reach you or call you back within 2 hours, that should be soon enough. But I do not take my phone out when I'm in your office. I show you that respect which you deserve. We can teach them to do this. Also, in terms of the IT, it needs to come up in a queue and let them know, give them sheets. If this is a problem, do this. If this is a problem, do that. So they have their own solutions. And if they can't fix it somehow, then we prioritize the list. If this is the case, go into this queue and we will work with you as soon as we can, get to it. And they can be taught to be able to turn off notifications and just have the queue for what they need to do. Once you get distracted, it's 11 to 23 and a half minutes to get back to a task. That's destroying a lot of our time and productivity. The average person only has 22 minutes per day uninterrupted, which is not a lot to get anything powerful done. Number 7, fixing meetings. This has the potential to boost your productivity 100%. My own observation, planned meetings prevent problems, because they're at a regular basis, regular weekly or daily basis, and they prevent problems. So they're short, they're to the point. Ad hoc meetings are to fix problems. Once we got a problem, it's harder to fix. If we can prevent the problem, we're much better off. How to do this? First of all, too infrequent, actually, because we're not doing things fast enough. Hospitals and hospitality, hotels, I work with both, and they always have shift briefings. They say, okay, well, at hospital, this shift is, we're changing now, and we got to let you know in room 323, we've got a staph infection on bed B. And so you got to make sure that nobody touches. They're got to be gloved. They got to be fully protected. The waste has to be disposed of immediately and properly. We also have a stenosis, heart stenosis in 365 and on bed C. And you got to make sure that she's calm, don't interrupt her at night. The sleep is more important. And to make sure that, because tomorrow morning, the Lord willing, she's going to be getting her new heart valve. Same thing in hospitality. Today at Misty Hills in Muldersdrift, we've got this group from the government that's coming in. And so in the morning, they're going to be eating breakfast with us. At noontime, they will be eating in the Boma, and they'll enjoy that. And in the evening, we'll have drinks in the gin box. And then at 6:30, we will go to the carnivore restaurant. And so they let people know who's in house, what's going on, and it's an easy way to keep people updated. We can do the same thing in almost any organization. Too many meetings, anything over 25% of your time, misappropriation of valuable resources. And it's uninvolving. Most meetings are just totally uninvolving. This is not a meeting I'm doing. This is a a speech and actually more of a training straightforward with you. Not intended to be motivational, intended to be first make you a little bit mad about what happened with tech, but then also this is how we can solve the problem. Make sure agendas come out in advance. Action steps should be noted after each agenda point. Who's going to do what? Don't wait till the end of your meeting to do that. Rules for speaking, like, people dominate the meeting. Well, after you share once, let 4 or 5 other people speak before you do again. And just, it helps control things and people that want to constantly be talking over everybody else. Let's keep the focus today on, people bring up other issues you don't want. Let's keep the focus today on, and then you state whatever that happens to be. What 3 things can we do to improve? There's a magic in 3. Magic in 3. If you say, what's one thing we got to do? Well, we should do that, and we should do that. We should do that, and that, and that, and that, and that. I don't know what the one is. Particularly English second language, people get confused. But if you ask for 3, I promise you ask for 3 answers, you'll get at least 1, usually 3, sometimes 5. It's easier to answer 3 than it is the one thing. Poorly run meetings waste 34% of the time. By the way, 3 months ago, I was working with an organization 70% of the time, $4.8 billion company, and 70% of their time was in meetings, and they don't make money on meetings. They lose money. And 23 hours per day of your team's time, of your time and team's time, that's ridiculous, per week, pardon me, 23 hours per week. That's over half a week. And 2 to 4 months of total employee time is wasted. That's a 1/6 to 1/3 of employee time because the meetings are not productive and not run properly. Solutions, Google does 15 to 30-minute meetings. You want a 60-minute meeting or longer, you got to go to top management and ask them permission, and they will ask you why you need it. But most of their meetings, 15 to 30 minutes. Amazon and schools use 15-minute meetings or less. You're going to watch a 15-minute meeting in 1 minute.
Is everyone ready to give us their updates? Timer set? Yep. Who wants to go first?
1 week from tomorrow is going to be our first news broadcast.
A stand-up meeting, the key to it is it's only 15 minutes. We're really cognizant of using teachers' time well. This is the way we've been doing faculty meetings for 5 years. We get the teachers into a circle. I call for a volunteer to start, and then we start the update process. We go in order around the circle. People bring up what they're concerned about, what's going on in their classroom.
We're going to Eastern State Penitentiary to do performances.
They share great ideas.
Because we're going to do a historical narration for their pieces.
What they want to celebrate. It's really uncomfortable to have a long meeting standing up. So if people don't have something that's significant to say, they don't say it. We have never gone over 15 minutes. We can get exactly the same amount of information out as like a 2-hour faculty meeting.
Amazingly simple and very efficient. Everybody gets an update. 3 questions. 1, you got to ask, okay, what did you do yesterday? If they don't know, we got issues. Number 2, what are you going to do today? They better know that. They better have their plan because you're doing this meeting first thing in the morning. Number 3, what do you need help with? And then people can volunteer. I could help you for a couple hours in the afternoon or whatever. And or let me explain that to you after the meeting. And it's easy when everybody is updated and we can work as a team. Number 8, phones off the desk, off the table. When I work with Caterpillar Asia, they go around with a basket and throw the phones in, and you don't get them back till the end of the meeting. And when your phone is on the table or it's in your pocket on vibration mode, it occupies 22% of the brain. And that makes conversations go shallow and keeps us from being productive. Multitasking, number 9, multitasking drops productivity 36 to 40%. You can't multitask. You can't do 2 high-functioning tasks simultaneously. You got to focus on one thing at a time. Number 10, some of you are going to argue with me on this one, but I really don't like forced ranking. If you've got a group of millions, maybe, but generally forced ranking doesn't work. Instead, there's a lot of other ways to go and rank people and doing it more productively with even 4 questions like Amazon does. But forced ranking, I dare you, if you believe in forced ranking, I dare you to rank these 4 people. One's an A, one's an F, and one's a C+, one's a C-. So rank these people if you would please. Who's the failing one? Oh, if you don't know the lower left corner, that's Lee Kuan Yew. He's the founder of Singapore here. But can you get what I'm saying here? How do you rank these people? Well, you know, Gandhi's kind of a C+ guy, I guess, you know. You can't. They're all A's. They're all A's. You got the best people in the world, and why would you want to rank them less than being the best? If you got lousy people, they're all F's. You know, you don't force rank and say they have to conform to some bell curve. It's not bell anyway, it's Partian. It's an upside down curve. That's a matter for another day. So I suggest you eliminate this forced ranking. And by the way, sometimes it's pretty obvious who gets the lower scores. And I think that's just part of life. Well, I hope you can use these 10 ideas, because if you can use these 10 ideas, you will be able to be in the top 25% of organizations. If you're interested in my book, you can write me at mikeporter1@gmail.com. And you can also take your camera and shoot the QR code for my website. It's just getting back online. It's not 100% yet. We had it down for 3 weeks because we're working on a new approach to what we're doing with online courses, 30-day courses, and LinkedIn as well, and Facebook. And I want to thank you. I want to thank David Malapo for this opportunity, and it is indeed an honor to speak with you and to hopefully share some information that's of value. Thank you, David.
Oh, can you see the people clapping up there? Well, come on, you can do better than that. Yeah. This is for Brother Mike. Oh, yes. Cool. Oh, yes, my brother. Brother Michael, thank you so very much, my brother. You are on time. It's 10 o'clock sharp, and we want to appreciate it. Did you get something out of this, eh? Yeah, so what's happening is Brother Mike and I, we're going to be doing a lot of things, teachings online. And man, we need to get you back into South Africa, my brother. Singapore is not on a red list, man. Can you come?
I'd love to. This would be wonderful.
Are you vaccinated already, my brother?
I got 2 jabs, that's for sure, of the Pfizer.
Yeah, but you need a 3rd one, just in case. Remember, you taught us 3. You taught us 3, my brother. You got a 3rd one, eh?
So I got to get the booster?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Listen, my brother,
I
thank you.
That.
Thank you so very much for studying this day, giving us a keynote address. We love and appreciate you. And again, please take back your life. Oh, wait, when is the book being released, my brother?
Well, I'm going to release it on Amazon in January. I actually have copies now that I have here for Singapore. And so I've got my Singapore version, and I'm going to make a couple of updates now that I see a couple things I want to add to it. But it should be here in January, Q1 of 2022.
Awesome. And then maybe just give them a preview that you have given me an opportunity to co-write a book with you. Just share a little bit about that.
Oh, definitely. See, David, I've learned so much from, and he's so competent and professional that I asked him if he would be willing to be co-author for the continent of Africa. And he said, yes, so he's going to add some local examples, add some local information, and we'll be coming out with a book with David, and you can buy directly from him. He'll give you that information, and we're just co-authors on the book. And it should be of more interest simply because you'll also have a lot of local examples that he can bring into the book.
You see, when I grow up, I want to be like you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Well, I've been growing up trying to be you, so...
So let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Love you, sir. Say hi to the family there. Yeah.
Will do.
It is the power of relationships. Power of relationships. If there's anything that today, future skills, future technologies, but did you see the dangers of technology? Babu Sanele, it's good that we have technology. We need to leapfrog, but there's also danger in technology. It is affecting our people. People now, psychosocial issues. They've got stress, anxiety, depression, and things like that. Okay? So thank you so much. Who's coming now? Is it Brother Dan? Or is it Sis Amy? Again, let's say it for Dr. Ami Zachariah. Testing. Let's use this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that talk. It was really inspiring. I think I liked the 15 minutes, like standing, standing for a while, and I think that is actually something I think I can implement, and switching off all notifications. So we really appreciate that inspirational talk. We really appreciate it from Michael. At this moment, we would like to hear words from African Bank. I'd like to call on stage Ashley Peters and Natasha Gavender. Let's just put on a round of applause for them as we welcome them on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amy. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, sit. Good morning, everybody. So we heard about, you may sit? Yeah. On stage with me this morning is Natasha Gavender and Kabanili is from the investment wing of African Bank, and they're going to talk investment. So we heard a powerful 15-minute just now. Enjoy him. And we'll sponsor him when he comes to South Africa. And he spoke about wasting. So how many of us do waste our money? In whatever way. You go to a mall and you will spend what you haven't even budgeted for. 300 Rand gone. You go back home and you say, did I spend that much of money? But we don't budget for it. So this morning, we've heard the national anthem. And it's a very powerful anthem. I always get moved when I hear the anthem of South Africa, because it starts off with, God bless Africa. Very few anthems start off with that, God bless. And we are so blessed in this African continent. We have natural resources. We have climate. We have great people. And I'm hoping that by the end of this conference, the greatness in this room is going to affect the greater people we have out there to ensure that South Africa becomes a greater and a better place. In fact, I always believe South Africa is the capital of Africa. So this morning, the investment team will present on African Bank investments. I gave you good reasons yesterday why you should invest in this organization, because it's truly a proudly South African bank. Started off with 70 Rand on the table. Today, we have gone to 10 billion Rand in retail deposits, and they are controlling those deposits. I have placed on your desk, on your table, this little pamphlet. If you please can fill in your name and your details. You don't want to put in your ID, it's fine, just your contact details, and give us kind of permission to contact you, to have a conversation with you, even your employees of your company. I would appreciate that. So I spoke about yesterday saying we got the best investments rates in South Africa. Over to our investment team, we'll take you through that. And thank you very much for engaging. And African Bank, I'd like you to say, we are you. African Bank? We are you. Only this table here. African Bank? Thank you very much, and look forward to engaging with some of you. I'd like to talk to the people from Mpumalanga, if you don't mind. Thank you. That is your mic there. It's all sanitized.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kabangile Matobela. I'm an investment specialist at African Bank. Thank you so much for your time. Now, first of all, I want to start with savings and investments. Now, this is something that we all know is going to come. Dr. Molapo was talking about retirement. Now, unfortunately, it's going to happen whether we want to or not. And we have to plan for these events that are coming in place. Now, just can go to the next slide. Now, in South Africa, sadly, only 27% of the working population actually saves and invests their money on a monthly basis. And 40% of those funds are being put into accounts that offer very low or no interest at all, that hardly beats inflation. And what we have noticed is that most South Africans are aware of the challenges that will be coming in their lives and how they should plan for these. But it's either they are unsure of how to go about it, or maybe they are just not confident enough on where to start. Now, you can go to the next slide. Now, this is a picture of me. This was taken on February the 28th, 2020. You know. Now, if you can see the smile on my face, how broad and how wide it is, you can tell that at this point, I had no idea that my life was about to change in the next few weeks. You know, they say that man makes plans and God laughs. At this day, he was definitely laughing at me. So what this had made me realize is that in that time when the announcements were being made and that we were being put into a global shutdown, it was the fear and the anxiety that I had in myself. I was asking myself questions like, am I going to be able to have my job by the end of this year? Will I be able to make sure that the things that I want to have done in the future will be done? Will I be able to provide for my family? And how am I going to be able to take care of myself as well? And these are fears that we all shared during this time. We were confused and we didn't know exactly what the future would hold. I mean, at first we thought it was going to be a 21-day thing and then we'll all be back outside having fun. The jazz festival is still on. I'm definitely going to make it. But here we are, you know, it's 2021 and we are still in this case. But what have we actually learned from this time? We've learned one thing, that your family, your health, and your financial wellness need to be treated with the utmost care and diligence. And this is unfortunately not something that we can put off to a later date or think that it will just sort itself out. Now, financial well-being, and why is it important? Not only do you want to be able to achieve your financial goals in your life, whether that be purchasing a new home, buying a new car, or taking that trip to Milan or Dubai, but you also want to be able to have that safety net for your family in the event that a crisis may come, which we now are well aware can happen at any moment and at any time. Now, this is why I believe that at African Bank, we truly have investment products that embody our slogan that says, "We are you." Because not only are our investments for the CEO, but they're also for the person that is just starting out in their career. From as little as 50 rands, you can start investing in a tax-free investment that will offer you a competitive rate and that will also give you the benefit of not having to pay any of your interest in taxes as well, which is something that I know we all don't like to do, even though we must do it regardless. Now, we also have another product, which is the notice deposit for 7 days, 32 days, and also 90 days. Now, this is an account that you can also use just to save up your funds, and perhaps you're looking to have a certain amount that you want to put aside so that you can continue to earn interest on a longer term as well. Now, of course, you might be asking, okay, Kabi, now you've got your tax-free, you've got your notice, but I have a savings account as well. Maybe I'm also part of a stokvel in my community. Why do I need your investments? Now, my question to you is, how much interest is that account actually giving you? Or is that money just sitting and hypothetically gathering dust? We are all here, we work very hard for our money, and our money should do the same for us as well. Now, another product that I want to also bring to light is our Access Accumulator. Now, this is a very unique product to African Bank in that it offers you that access to your funds whenever you need it. So there will be no period that you would have to wait for it. And in times of crisis, as I have mentioned, this is the perfect account that you can use. It has the added benefit of your interest rate actually increasing every single month for the 2-year term that you can invest for. And this is a product that you can use to either invest if you are looking to maybe have a purchase made in the short term, or if you just want money available in times of a crisis or a family emergency as well. Next slide. Now, this is, I would refer to this as the Maybach of investments, to be honest with you. Because most of the time when I tell clients about the interest rates we are offering, they either think I'm lying or they need to talk to my manager because they think this guy is just trying to make a sale right now. With the fixed deposit for a period of 60 months, we offer you an interest rate of 10.5%. So as you can see, on the balance of R1 million, you'll be making more than 50% of your interest back over the course of 5 years. I mean, that's basically like having another business that you're running on the side that costs you nothing to run at all. And with all of these products that we offer at African Bank, you can use them for various reasons. For example, with the fixed deposit, it also has the added benefit of having your interest either paid to you on a monthly basis, semi-annually, or annually as well. So if you're looking at retirement, this could be something that you could use to provide you with an income in your retirement years as well. Now, you might be asking, okay, Kabi, this is great. I want to get started. How do I apply? Now, it's very simple. You can either visit one of our nearest branches, give us a call at the contact center as well with the number provided there, or you can SMS our toll-free line at 30963 with no charge to you at all. If you would like, you can also meet us here. We are right there at the table. We are right there at the table. And you can also go to our website if you need any other information as well. As I said, me, Natasha, and my colleagues are also here. If you have any questions, please fill out all of the information on the form, and you're gladly welcome to come and have a chat with us as well. I'd like to thank you all for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak. So you heard Kabi, he spoke about the sales aspect that African Bank has to offer. But I want to leave you with this. We at African Bank knows that everybody is somebody. We are giving you our numbers and we are here not only to make a sale, but to also speak to you and encourage you about financial wellness. Remember, every aspect that we want to do involves money, and we need to be smart with our money. It would cost you absolutely nothing to have a conversation with us so we can help you and enlighten you about financial wellness. Also, at African Bank, we are the highest bank when it comes to customer service. So it's not only about the sale, it's about taking care of your finances all the way through, and we'll always be there for you. Whether it's just to find out any information, you are free to do so. So please take the time to come and speak to us, and we will definitely help you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. I've actually filled mine. I sent it. I've given him, and I hope to maybe not even get a phone call, maybe even over tea, lunch. That is just how quickly I need to have this done. So thank you so much for that. At this moment, we're going to get an inspirational session with Sarah Muni. Is she online? I hope she's online, but otherwise I can see here, and she's the president of Youth in Africa. Did you know that it's been proven that the people that are going to live for over 120 years are actually born now? So I assume that people having a longer expectancy might mean that the youth age might be up to 50 or 60. So since they're here, they're born, the life expectancy has widened. I would like to believe that all of us that are in this place, we are youth, right? Definitely, yes. And the retirement age, hopefully as well, it will be pushed to 95. Yeah, it's actually been proven. People are going to live longer. We're going to see a lot of centurions. And I believe with that, we postpone retirement and then we postpone when the youth should be up to 50. So that should be a good thing. Is she online? Oh, yes. Welcome, Ms. Aramunyi. We are so honored to have you online.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it.
Yes, it's an honor to have the President of Youth in Africa giving us an inspirational talk. So at this moment, please feel free to start. I'll be taking notes. I'm really excited and looking forward to the session, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And I have also learned a lot having plugged in for the last 1 hour. So I'm the President of Youth in Africa, and basically what we do in the organization is equipping youth with the relevant skills that they need in this day and age to be more resourceful, more independent, and even more resourceful and relevant also in these days, with the digital age. They need to be more relevant. So we equip them with such skills. Some of them are digital skills and future skills that just like we are, our conference is about. What are some of these future skills that we need to prepare the youth with to be able to take over our economies and run them to stability? So I know that you said it's an inspirational session, but I have a very good background of the ICT sector, having done my first degree in IT. I did a BSc in IT before getting into leadership and communication and training. And I also wanted to paint a picture of the ICT sector in Kenya, and what has also made Kenya to be one of the most celebrated countries when it comes to the prevalence of ICT, and what has really earned our country the title of Silicon Savannah. I just want to paint a little bit of that picture and also look at some of the future skills that we need to look at, we need to promote to be able to build this youth and the society to be able to run the society and the economy and the different sectors that we have to build the economy. So I just want to look at one of the first things that I found very key and that have grown our country to the Silicon Savannah it is. I am Kenyan. I don't know if I said that or I was introduced. I am Kenyan, and I am in Nairobi. And one of the things has been policy regulation. The kind of regulations that have been there in this sector in the last 2 decades have really transformed our economy from an industry-based economy to a knowledge economy and a digital economy. And this has greatly propelled our country economic growth. But we must ask ourselves, what really has driven this? What has made all of this shift in the last 2 decades? It is the kind of skills that have been on the ground to transform an economy from an industry-based economy to a knowledge economy and a digital economy. It is actually the skills. And that's why I think the theme of this conference is very timely. We must keep on thinking and rethinking and building and innovating these skills to build the kind of technology we need to advance as a continent and even as a world. So one of them has been the regulation. Really, the government have been very key in looking at technology as a driver to the economy, different sectors. So I think with the government really taking the lead as a driver, the rest of the sectors, the corporate sector, all of the sectors have plugged in very well. And I think that is what has even created, there have been a lot of partnerships. These regulations and policies have created a lot of partnerships with the private sector. It attracted a lot of investors from other countries. We have major firms here in East Africa, here in Kenya, like Microsoft, IBM, having the regional offices here in Kenya because of the kind of policies and regulation that's there. And, that has helped, even create employment and even create innovative, some innovations, because young people are able to plug into the system of some of these giant tech companies and come up with some other innovative solutions. So that has been very key, the policy and regulation. So young people are able to plug in, they are able to get all of these skills. Like we have Google Digital Skills for Africa, all of these, some of these big tech companies, we are able to benefit from what they have to offer. The other thing I'd want to point out is about the high number of technological hubs that have come because of that. Of course, the tax regime has also been very good for anyone coming into the ICT space. So you find there's been an explosion of tech hubs, and actually this ecosystem of the tech hubs is about $1 billion. It's a $1 billion tech ecosystem, software hubs coming together, which are home to over 200 entrepreneurs, people who are sitting down every day to just think and innovate and create and ask ideas and be curious and, and this is bringing a lot of innovation in the area of artificial intelligence. Right now in Kenya, we have a task force for artificial intelligence to look at how can the government explore AI to be able to solve the daily problems of the society. So Internet of Things, looking at big data, looking at 3D printing. We already have innovations in this area. Blockchain, drones, how can we use drones to be able to even do surveys for land, landscaping and all that. These are things that are being done because we are having these task forces working. And then also we have been able to see the other thing that has also contributed to the growth of the ICT sector has been connectivity, the level of connectivity. Because we've had very steady ICT growth, and one of the key drivers have been the connectivity since the last 2 decades. We've had a very steady growth of about 10.8% growth every year since 2016 when it comes to connectivity. So you find, about 5 years ago, when I went home, I live in the Kirinyaga County, which is home to Mount Kenya. So it's a mountainous region, we find there's no network. 5 years ago, I go home and I'm stressed, like I'm locked there. I can't communicate. I have to go stand somewhere to be able to, just make a phone call, leave alone, just get even into a Zoom meeting. But today it's different. Today I can sit at home very near the mountain and also be able to have a Zoom meeting like this. So there've been, a lot of connectivity happening in different areas. So, and you see what happened is that when there's increased connectivity, then there's an expanded market. And this is what I think we need to keep doing, expanding the market. So connectivity has been a major driver of the ICT sector in Kenya. And also, if you look at even at the region, I think Kenya has been leading in terms of connectivity. I mean, I can be in the northern Kenya, some of the very remote areas, northern Kenya up there, and still be able to make phone calls. I mean, the network, the telecommunication companies have also, because of the regulations that have been there in that sector, in the telco industry, have been able to find a good way of connecting the nation. And this has promoted even other sectors like education. You see, at this time, because of COVID, it has, of course, been very hard, going to schools. And so one of the key things that we have utilized is really technology, and we can be able to use it without the connectivity. So this has really enhanced very many other areas in the sector, like education. And then also, if we look at agriculture, these days, farmers can be able to get data on their phones telling them, okay, according to the weather forecast, we have we are expecting rain in the next 2 weeks, rain in the next 1 month, and all that. So they have some of these data in very remote areas. So they are able to know, they are advised, they have information, they make informed decisions when it comes to agriculture. So the connectivity has really helped, our country grow and even become an inspiration even in the region as far as this sector is concerned. The other thing that I want to speak about is credit access. There has been a very good and convenient access of finance to finance this industry, because of course we are not gonna, if we speak technology, we will need the resources, we'll need the finances for it. And they've been it's very easy today for even a startup. It's very easy for a startup to get a loan. Today in Kenya, we have very many fintech companies, because also the regulations and policies in that area are very flexible and very friendly to be able to build these businesses. And young people who are coming in with ideas, technology ideas, they are able to get the financing, which is very key. So fintech up today, if I want to get a loan, let's say of about maybe $1,000, I'm starting up and I need today. It's very easy, and you just do it on the phone. It's very convenient. Yeah. So that has been very helpful in the industry. So I also want to look at, as we speak about where we are as a country, of course, there's so much that needs to be done. I mean, all of these disruptive areas I was speaking about, like AI, Internet of Things, big data, of course, we are just at the shores of it, really. We need a lot of, there's need for a lot of learning and, a lot of, cross-pollination of ideas. And so we are still at the shores, 3D printing, blockchain, drones, we are still at the core, at the shores. So what do we need to do? And this is where we come in, even as an organization, Youth in Africa. How do we build this future skill for the future technologies? How do we do that? It comes down to that question. How do we move from where we are today to where we need to be in such a, a dynamic world and economy that's very dynamic, changing every day? Number one, and this is something that, our government has really, really focused on, is promoting STEM education, which is basically science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And I'm very happy to have sat in one of the committees under the Ministry of Education to be able to come up with a new education curriculum in the country. We are having a new curriculum which we call the competency-based. It's a SADC competency-based curriculum. And one of the things we are doing is to promote the STEM, the science, the technology, and so that we do not teach children what to think. We teach them how to think so that they can be innovative and creative. So this has really helped. This is how we develop, and we will be able to compete even with global technologies and global tech giants like China, Japan, and all these countries. And I've always said, for me, in my time, and maybe in your time, I'm not very old, but when I was in about class 2, class 3, that is grade 1, grade 2, around there, one of the things that I was supposed to know is the parts of a frog. I was supposed to name them parts of a housefly, parts of, a grasshopper. Those are the things that you were learning in the grade 1, grade 2. At this time, children in Japan, children in China are learning about motherboards. They are being told this radio has a motherboard, has this and this. They are shown how it works. How do you play around with the motherboard? Those are the things. So to be able to compete at the same level in the global stage for these two children, we must really rethink the STEM, subjects and education in Africa. And this is what Kenya is doing at this time to be able to build those skills. Just the other day, I went home and I found one of my neighbors is just a small child, and she was telling me that now because of the new curriculum, the homework that she had been given was to make a ginger drink. They are told these are the ingredients that you use. That's the homework for the day, that you make a ginger drink. So you have the ingredients, you have the amount that you should use, all of that, and then you come up with that drink, you come up with that conclusion, and then you take it to school the following day for the child to see. So can you imagine if we are really inspiring our children to think and create and manufacture, turning their kitchens into factories, and at that age, and she's about, I think, 7 years, at that age, what kind of industries will we create, inspiring this kind of, a STEM culture at that very age? So I think those are some of the skills that we must build to be able to prepare for future technologies, and also not just prepare, create these future technologies. I think that's very key. Number two, I want to say is about partnerships with the partnership between industries, the ICT industries, players, and academia. This is very key because we have courses that young people and even many members in our organization, this has been an issue in Africa and a problem, amongst the youth, is that you studied very hard in high school, went to university, got a course or studied a course that really you have to come up for 5 years or 3 years or so just to get a job. So when we have, because it's really irrelevant, and then after that, by the way, you find that all the courses that were offered by this university have been scrapped by the government, like about 100 courses. 4 departments have been scrapped because they are irrelevant. And the people have spent 4 years, 5 years, young people have spent 4 years, 5 years studying and saying they have degrees and, they are ready to, in fact, have some impact in the economy. It's really not good. But if we have more partnerships with the industry players in the ICT sector, the Department of Mechanical Engineering partnering with Toyota or BMW and, coming up, formulating the courses that should be taught, so that they are relevant in the marketplace, they can be absorbed easily, they can start up their own because they have the practical skills. They have the practical skills. They can start up their own businesses and all that using the skills that they have. I think that will be very key in even creating the future skills that we need and also creating jobs and employment for the young people. So part of what we do as Youth in Africa is be able to come in and say, okay, can we partner with Toyota? Can we partner with this, with Microsoft? Can we partner with some of these organizations to provide some of these skills to youth who are interested in this area so that we build skills in them, we put them with these skills and they can be able to help themselves, help their families. So those are the key things that I would say we really need to build. So some of the ways we build future skills and create the future technologies that we need to see, and not just Kenya becoming the capital of Africa, but every country in Africa becoming the Silicon Savannah and attracting investments in the continent. And I think this is how we grow our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sarah Muni. I think the work that they are doing is absolutely splendid. Being able to empower, and not just to empower, but impart entrepreneurial skills, and not just that, access to market, plus access to funding, plus constant mentorship, tracking, and all of that. I think that's amazing work that all of us can absolutely learn from. So I really, really appreciate the work that you do. And above all, I'm inspired to see a woman in leadership and doing amazing work that is transforming society and communities and giving contextual solutions that are even brought by young people. So thank you very much for the amazing work that you're doing. Thank you. Let's just give her another round of applause. Absolutely wonderful work that she's doing. Okay. At this moment, I'd like to hand over to my fellow program director, Dr. Dan. Give him a round of applause.
Good morning. Are you happy to be here? Sure. Can I see the smiles on your face? I love that. Because it's important to enjoy where you are at all times. It keeps you young. And I normally ask when you do corporates and churches and businesses, I ask a simple question that, are you enjoying or are you enduring the company that you are working for, or the relationship that you are in, for that matter? So, and I normally use an example of, this man who had a wife, and the wife passed on the day of the funeral. When they were leaving the church, the casket bumped against the pillar between, there's a pillar between the two doors, so the casket bumped, and the woman sneezed. And the pastor said, oh, can you please open up here in that Mloja? Can they open up? I've heard something. So when they opened, the woman came back to life. So everybody was happy. The food for the funeral became food for party. But 5 years later, same woman passed on, back to the same church. This time when they left the church, the husband went to the pallbearers and said, be careful of that pillar there. What was he saying? He's not enjoying this thing. You made a mistake last. I don't want the same mistake after 5 years. So are you enjoying or are you enduring your relationship? Are you enjoying or are you enduring the organization you are working with or working for? And it's important. Ntate Molapo will tell you when we teach about, emotional intelligence. People live in 4 quadrants of the mind. It's 4 colors. It's yellow, red, blue, and green. And it's your glad, mad, sad, and calm. People live there. When they talk about mood swing, a mood is a neutral meter that measures where you are today. So if you are in the mad, probably you fought with somebody on the freeway coming this way, or you fought with your spouse. If you are in your sad, you've just got sad news, or there's bad news that came to you and it drops you to the sad. And if you are in the glad, you are at your best. You are in your yellow zone. You are so happy. Everything looks good. Even the food that does not taste good for you, it tastes good because of you are in the glad. And when you are in the calm, that's where all of us want to gravitate to. It's an area where you are at peace. You are at yourself. You are at your best. And most of us, we find that place when we go for holidays. But here's another challenge. Some people, because they are not happy by themselves, even if they were to go to Dubai, Dr. D, they take themselves with. They start fighting come aircraft. They sort of binoni sense it. Then that beautiful lady had chicken or beef. There were 2 beefs for me and my wife. It's like a beef inside. So right there you start fighting because you forgot that you take yourself with. So I'm just simply saying to us, let's be careful of the states that we live in. But in your bed, in your sad. And somebody can be staying in Alexander but living in the glad. So be careful of the states of our minds. I'm going to call my sister to come. Oh, it's an Shamendra. Yeah, no diabo. Shamendra, are you here? Yeah, let's give him another big round of applause as he comes. How are you, sir? Just grab a mic there and let's sit down. Sorry for that. I saw the name was so beautiful, I thought this should be a woman. Shamendra. There's an opportunity right there. You can take a seat. So it's Brashemza and Shamendra.
My name is Sherman.
Yeah.
Shem and Shamendra. So
I've been called many things, but not my sister. Samantha, I don't know.
You can grab a seat, my brother. There's a video that's going to play, and after the video, we're going to have an interview with my brother.
Yes. Is this on? Yeah, please.
That one is on. Can you assist us with the video from Dovetail? Wow, impressive. Can we just put our hands together for that wonderful presentation up there?
Thank you.
My brother, thank you for making time to come and just talk to us and, just educate us about what you are doing.
Sure.
But before we can go there, can you just give us a brief introduction of who you are? Are you still married? Are you taking applications? Can the ladies still look out, or should they just stop praying?
Yeah, no, I'm married long time, 20 years, so no application.
I'm so sorry, ladies. I thought maybe you could get something out of it.
No, so my name is Shamendra Singh, and you can call me Sham for short. It is a long name to pronounce. I'm the commercial director and one of the founders at a company called Dovetail Business Solutions, the video you've just seen. So we are a local South African software provider, and the focus of our business is logistics execution software. So we provide transport management applications, courier applications, warehouse management software. And we don't only service our local South African client base, but we have quite a nice reach where we have customers in various other countries, including all the way up to the Republic of Djibouti, also known as hot as hell, if you've ever been there.
All
Average
right.
of like 50 degrees.
Oh, my word.
On a cold day. But yeah, so that's who we are. And, we're always innovating, coming up with new things. And there's a couple of ideas that we can also talk about today.
Okay. Thanks for that introduction. It's informative. Since you're a local company, do you plan on working with government on any public or private partnership programs?
Sure, Dr. Dan, that's a very interesting question. So we have done work with government, indirectly over the years. In fact, from a parastatal point, we did a lot of work with Transnet using our applications over the years. And currently, we do quite a bit of work with Eskom. They've been our customer for more than 15 years. We got nothing to do with load shedding and the lights. We just people always ask us that. So we just provide logistics software. They actually got quite a large supply chain logistics business. And people don't actually realize, and that's also separate from the coal business, etc. So, we've been a long-term service provider for them. But I think what's quite interesting is in the last sort of 18 months or 24 months, since COVID started, we've been seeing the change in the market. We've been seeing that. I think, as people are talking about working from home, thinking of new and innovative ways, Ceremony was talking about what Kenya is doing in terms of technology, empowering people to think differently and use technology to improve their lives. We've also looked to say, how do we create solutions that are more accessible to the general public? How do we provide solutions for government that they could use to maybe improve service deliveries and help them connect closer to the people that they need to be servicing and help improve lives? And, we've actually created certain solutions that we can talk about in a bit more detail.
Wow. Have you met the guy who's switching off the lights? This thing of load shedding, it's coming back again, and it's coming strongly this time.
No, that's a guy that sits in this dark room. He's the only consistent guy. If he says it's at 6:30 to 8, it's 6:30 to 8.
Now, in terms of service delivery for the government, what plans are you have in place to assist them in?
So it's quite interesting. Personally, I picked up something. So if we look at healthcare and we look at a lot of the old people, the frail, invalid, when they need to get medication from the hospital, the challenge is you got to go, it's repeat prescription for 6 months. Mm-hmm. You still got to go physically to the hospital. You got to go stand in queues. You got to get this. And we know during COVID, it was a real challenge because people were not allowed to go. So it was, now you can't go to the hospital. You can't get your medication. And it becomes a hassle for the old people to get there. My mother's 77 years old. She's got to go to Dr. Helen Joseph Hospital every month to get her medication. We say, we got a driver there, then she got to join the queue, then you got to go back and pick up a few hours later. So, one of the solutions we actually developed, and we've actually spoken to some of the stakeholders at the Gauteng Health Department, is a module called Drop to Go, where how do we empower the hospitals working with maybe the local community in certain regions where we can get medication delivered proactively to the patients? So in a repeat prescription, the patients don't need to come and be checked up again. When they get a 6 months checkup, you just get your medication, you go home and you take it. And if you're sick, then you come back to the hospital. So one of the biggest challenges, I know the previous MEC at the Gauteng Health Department explained to us, one of the biggest focuses is how do you reduce congestion at the hospitals? So you go to any of our public clinics, so it's a nightmare. There's just so much people needing help, right? So you can only do so much with so little space. And so we said, okay, imagine on the pharmaceutical side, people just coming in and out consistently for medications. That's thousands of people every day in each of the facilities. If we could eliminate them having that need to physically come on site. So we load the script and we get that script, the medication picked up and delivered to the individuals' homes, etc. And it's not a very new concept. I mean, we work with a lot of the let's say private companies like your Discams, your Adcox of the world, etc. A lot of them are already delivering ARVs and other types of chronic medication. But the reality is those are all being delivered to the suburbs we generally live in, your fourways, etc. They are not doing the same service in your rural areas, in your townships, in your informal settlements, etc. So we have technology that says we can address two components. We can address alleviating queues and helping the government to improve service delivery to the people, to improve healthcare overall. But at the same time, we can use our technology to empower the unemployed youth.
So I was about to ask you that because of, sorry to cut you in.
Yes, no, go for it.
I'm hearing, and yesterday we were taught about infections that are happening in hospitals. Constant infections, which initially people did not have the disease, but because they are going to the hospital, the congestion has caused people to get sick.
Correct.
Now, I was about to ask you that now, when you cut those people to go to hospitals, who are you going to now use to distribute the,
And that's a very interesting question. So when we did our research, there's, firstly we're saying, how do we help the government to start closing this unemployment gap? The youth are our biggest issue. A lot of them are not the degreed individuals, so it's difficult for them to get employment. But if you got X number of youth available in close to hospitals or in certain townships, rural areas, informal settlements, etc., let's say we make them delivery agents that are connected to hospitals or other healthcare facilities. They can safely and securely pick up this medication. They can take it to the right patient using our technology to go and deliver it to the right person, and keep it, safe, secure, temperature controlled, all those good things. But at the same time, it's a delivery service. So like a courier would earn money delivering a parcel, so can these individuals also earn money delivering parcels.
Correct.
And also what we found out is you get a lot of social workers also going around the community, checking up on people, etc. They could also be part of that delivery network that is able to service and drop off the repeat medication to the patients.
So not only are you supplying technology, but you're also creating jobs.
Correct. And I think that's our biggest drive. When you asked me earlier on, how do we see us work here? They go, it's not about us saying there's a great piece of technology and pay us to use it. We got to work and find solutions for the country. So if more people are using our technology, yes, as a company we'll earn money, but at least we provide the opportunity for people to have employment and earn an income and improve the health, and in the case of the health department, help patients to have a better experience when they need service from the government.
Are you in all provinces, or are we in?
So we would, for us, we see this as a national solution. There is nothing that stops us geographically from rolling it out. In fact, we have been engaging with stakeholders in different countries. We're trying to find different opportunities, etc. But of course, we must test it. We must make sure it works. And Gauteng is probably the best place to test it. They have the largest footprint. There was a lot of interest from the team that we spoke to. So we believe we can make a difference.
Wow. I'm excited about it. If there's any questions on the floor, I would really love to take questions from you, so that it's not a one or two man show. So that if we have 2 to 3 questions on the floor, I'll be glad to do that now. Can see with your hands. There's one up there. The second one. All right, I'll just take one because I think, my brother, you've explained yourself so well. that the people are really understanding. Oh, Brother Peter, I'm so sorry, my brother.
Yes. Perfect.
Mr. Shamendra,
Yes, sir.
I think I'm cheating because we work together. But I think I just wanted you to maybe explain, how do we currently create jobs in our network right now?
Yes.
Because we're doing a lot to create jobs right now. By the time we get to the health department, it's just going to explode.
Sure.
Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Ellie. Yeah, look, I think I just used the health department as sort of one of the examples of verticals where we believe we can make a really valuable contribution to society, to jobs, etc. But the technology we created is not just limited to an industry or to a specific need. We've been doing logistics for more than 27 years, so we know this industry backwards.
Wow.
And although we're the technology providers, we are fortunate that we work with people across the spectrum, from your startups to your large corporates, etc. And like most old industries in South Africa, a lot of the volume, the big, the real business, the wealth of an industry sits in a few large companies that are old and traditional, and you can be B level 1 and 2, it's still the same thing. So we have created our solution that says we can create the largest delivery network in South Africa. So we're not trying to be a logistics company, we're just providing a platform. But we are saying, if you're a guy with a bakkie, like you have your Uber concept where anyone with a vehicle can go and offer a taxi type service, we have the platform that says, well, anyone with a bakkie, a bike, a bicycle can offer a courier or delivery service.
Okay.
And they can service any part in the country. And we've done this successfully. So I wish Sarah was still on the call. So one of the largest courier companies in East Africa is a business called Fargo Courier. They have more than approximately 180 sites around East Africa. They utilize our software to manage all their deliveries, all their collections, and they're very successful at what they do. But do you know that they got guys that are couriers that do deliveries by walking, guys that are doing deliveries by actually riding a bicycle, and guys that are, it's a pity we don't have a full presentation, I would show you, that we have photos of guys using camels to actually go into deliveries. And the differentiating factor that made that business successful is we gave them the technology that empowered their people to be able to do that. So if we could do it in Kenya to create a totally paperless delivery environment, they are now the largest courier network, which they weren't before. We can do that with people locally in South Africa.
Correct.
So those are additional options.
And now, how do people get hold of you? Because, I mean, these people in this auditorium are privileged to get the presentation and to hear about what you are offering. But what about somebody who's out there who's looking for maybe to deliver your products, and how do they get hold of you?
So brilliant. Yeah, so like I say, we provide the platform and the technology. We are not the physical logistics company. So we are one of a cog in the wheel of providing a total solution. So if there are partners out there that says, hey, you know what, we can help set up that physical delivery network for the Department of Health, the Department of Education, or any other of the, let's say public-private partnership opportunities, you're welcome to contact us. I mean, our company is Dovetail, DOVETAIL.co.za, and we can, then reach out to you. We can start to understand what you can offer. Yep, through ICANN as well.
Okay.
And so all our details are there. So we're definitely looking for partners to help us take this forward. We've been successful so far, but for us personally as a business, we also believe this is the next evolution in the technology, in supply chain, and courier, etc.
All right. Thanks for that, my brother. I really appreciate it. Do you have anything to say before we let you off? Anything that I did not ask or that did not come out from the floor that personally you want to leave us with?
Sure. I think there's
there's another hand, and also Brother Peter. You good, Brother Peter? All right.
I think there was a gentleman there.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask two simple questions that demands simple answers. What is your plan on empowering women and the disabled.
Sure. So
number
yes.
two,
okay.
The government is struggling on the issue of employing or creating jobs for young people.
Yes.
What is your plan of employing those graduates who are roaming the streets before they get involved in crime?
Sure. Yeah, so I think it talks both those questions, and I'll focus more on the women and the young and the unemployed graduates as well. We believe the solutions and what I was describing, can give these guys a quick foot in the door to actually earn some income when they graduate, when they leave. And the business of delivery is not just a male, although it's male dominated. If you look around now in the industry, there has been a slow change where you would find women courier drivers, a woman doing, I get bank cards delivered at home, I get take-a-lot deliveries, and it's also quite a number of women that's actually doing it. So the technology has been designed for, for women and for the young, the old, etc. In terms of the maybe the disabled or the frail care, for the industry we are in, it is a bit of a challenge because it's a physical industry where people have to be mobile to be able to go and deliver stuff, carry boxes, products, etc. So I'm not going to say we definitely have a solution for them from an employment side, but in the other two, women and youth, definitely. And just to say, I've been part of the advisory committee on the Tshwane University of Technology. And one of the big things we've helped to drive is graduates that comes out of their logistics faculty is we try and get them into internships with customers. We've had many of them in our own businesses. So we drive that as a big focus because we've seen, they explain they can have 30,000 people coming out at the end of the year. It's very, very difficult to get jobs for them.
All right. Are you answered, my brother? Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to piggyback on this discussion to say, I think our mindset need to change as well a little bit, not to focus on how do we get people employed, but try to make them create employment.
Correct.
That's why in every training, we must have a little bit of a section that covers entrepreneurship.
Yes.
You can't do that even in engineering because most of the time people say, no, I've been trained in engineering. What business? You can create business in any trade. Therefore, that will help because if we are continuing training for employment and when we know that unemployment is very high, we are going to be disappointed. Those graduates that are roaming the streets, I think they need to come back to colleges. We'll train them on entrepreneurship so that whatever they are good at, they can find a way to create employment themselves, go to entities like NYDA. I know that at times they are dysfunctional themselves, but we will help them to get startup packs, form cooperatives, and do something. Because if we are really waiting for employment, people are going to get old before they are employed.
Correct.
But they must start, whenever you think of training, think of how is this trade going to be sold to people as a skill, but also create employment for others through entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tatem Lotra. Even yesterday, you challenged us on that. And I really appreciate you for that because that's the direction that we need to be going towards. Because in our days when I was still at school, we were taught about the legs of a frog, and I'm not using that today. What am I doing with the legs of the frog today? And until we change, the curriculum, the education that we are feeding ourselves and our children, then that's where the direction of our lives will go. Yesterday, I've given an example of, those Europeans, when they came with the British Airways to Zimbabwe, they came with a mentality of being entrepreneurs. But the Zimbabweans who entered the same aircraft that came with the Europeans, they were looking for jobs in Europe. So until it's a mind shift thing, until the mind is changed, we can't change our lives. And thank you for that. Sally, you are the last one, and then I'm going to, okay? All right? Because we're trying to keep to time. We have you can go ahead, sir. And Sally will speak later.
Oh, thank you, sir. My name is John. What I wanted to know is There is a Department of Health program already on the distribution of medication. I think it falls under what they call the CCMDD.
Yes.
I'm not too sure if you are part of that, because my question is this, that one of the big problems that they have is the issue of, return of medication that didn't make it to the end user, because that can be a very dangerous territory.
Yes.
And also as to how does the person that distribute and know that, this medication is meant for Dr. Dan and it is exactly for them, because otherwise you could end up killing people in the process.
Yeah.
So how do we safeguard against that?
So
that's the question I'm asking.
So very good question. I mean, I'll answer it very quickly. We're aware of the CCMD. We've got 3 customers that actually use our software to do the deliveries on behalf of the Department of Health nationally. So medication is generally packed, very clearly marked for patients with all the details, etc. Our technology, when the driver arrives to do the final delivery, we have certain validation like confirm ID numbers, you can have confirm you're at the right residency, etc. The actual details of the medication is never visible to the driver. No one knows what's in that package and so forth. People are obviously very sensitive if it's things like ARVs and stuff. You don't want your neighbors to know you're collecting all of that. In terms of any medication return, if it's returned, it's basically needs to be disposed and then reissued. Because it's been out and it's come in. If you buy something from a chemist, you also can't return it. So the same principle applies. But all those deliveries are more your normal suburbs, your well-developed areas. Where we are trying to focus is the unserviced areas.
All right. Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you.
Do you have a display outside where people can come and talk to you or something?
So both myself and my colleague are around here till about lunchtime, but Sally's here for the rest of the day. So anyone can speak to us and just get more information or happy to share.
Anyone who's looking for more information on this or have questions, Sally's there at the back. Just wave your hand so that people can see you. Then you can talk to her.
Brilliant.
All right?
Okay, to Mr. Mlotra's comment, I just wanted to say one of the reasons I'm at Dovetail is I can see that we're changing lives. So what we do is, there's 2 youths right now who want to start a business, right? They want to be in logistics, but they don't have the know-how, they don't even have the cash. All they had to do was plug into our system and they became an e-courier. So we're very much empowering people to become employers. There is a software, it's working, all you have to do is plug into it and start making money. So this is also an appeal to when you know those bright young people who want to be in business, who are driven, send them our way. We will give them all they need. All they need is a brain to say, I am going to do this. They've got all the software they require from Dovetail. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. My brother, thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you and just sharing with you these brilliant ideas and how we can change our world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Sam. All right, moving forward, for the Tumahole Legacy Foundation, Dr. Skolanyana and Tabiso, can you kindly join me up here in the stage? Doc, why are you running away from me? No, I want you to be this side. I may come up with something to help you with a bald head because I have... Tabiso, how are you? Good, good. Kindly introduce yourself to the audience. Just check your mic there. Is it okay?
Hello?
Oh yeah, now we are on now.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to introduce my team before I introduce myself. Sitting at the table for TLF is a really vibrant, young, interesting group of people. We have our program coordinator and chief operational manager, Osmatola Singh. She's really something special, if I say so myself. We have Karabo Masilo, who is our educational consultant. our career guidance practitioner, and also our future planning and economist for our foundation. We have Mr. Neo Lebona. He's a community developer within the region of Tumahole, and also Mukwalo Fredefort. Last, we have Ria Mulibedi. She's our communications and media liaison. Self-included, my name is Aure Tabiso Marshall. I am, basically, I'm just there to make everybody look good. But I try, I have a great team for that. Other than that, I'm also an educational consultant to the foundation, and also I provide my ICT skills for them.
And how long have you been with the organization?
Officially or unofficially?
Whatever that you prefer.
Unofficially, we've been there for a while, actually. We're coming up on 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. But before all of that, we were just volunteers. That's why I'm saying unofficially.
Okay.
And then officially, as we started off, we were all media liaisons. But I thought media was just taking pictures. Then I realized it's just an acronym for everything else that we do there.
Okay.
So we've been doing that for close to 1 year and 6 months right now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Tabiso. Dr. Skolanyani, could you kindly introduce yourself, sir?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Edward Mutapedi Skolanyani. That's all. I introduced myself. Okay. I am working with the foundation. We are the founders of the foundation. But before that, I worked at Vaal University of Technology. I was head of department, management sciences. And I also moved to executive director at Vaal University as a marketing and development director. And then 2011, I moved to the Department of Education in the Free State as a CFO. I just resigned in August after I reached my 60th birthday. So I decided to take another way now, looking forward for myself, because I started the new life now at the age of 61.
Wow. So
once you see me, I'm more than 60 years old. I'm starting afresh now from year one.
You are halfway.
So we've been working with the foundation. I'm a member of the foundation. Should I go ahead now?
No, you can.
Yes, I'm hitting the ball running. We officially launched the foundation 2 years ago in 2019. But before that, the foundation was inexistent. But we decided to say, let's revive the foundation and come up with something, strategies now, the new strategies. And we started the foundation afresh. We registered the foundation, and we were very strict. And when we started this, we said, whoever wants to become a member of the foundation, especially from Paris and Fredefort, must contribute something. We wanted commitment. And we also, I think we were around 53.
Okay.
We initially started paying 10,000 each to say we want to start something. We contributed 10,000 each. And those who could not do it, they spread it over the year, maybe 1,000 a month until it becomes 10,000 after 10 months. And that's where now we started to say, this is now the foundation. We officially launched the foundation in 2019. But before that, we already been involved in education, sending students to universities in the country and outside the country.
So could I simply say or ask, are those the programs that you are busy with?
Yes, I'm coming
the foundation,
there.
Okay.
Yes, the foundation, the key areas that we are focusing
at the foundation was education and training. That was the key. We offered bursaries. We also looked for sponsorships, and then so that we can take these kids to institutions of higher learning in the country and outside the country. We also, the second one was the economy and the business that he has already talked about, where we encourage the community of Free State, of Paris and Frederickford to participate fully in the economic activities of the Free State province. And also the third one, the key aspect of our foundation was in tourism. You know, there are places of interest in Paris. We've got the Frederickford Dome, and most people have never been there, but they hear about Frederickford Dome. We also have our own Val River. In Paris, you also have the bridge, which is also one of the places of attraction, the bridge that was built in 1919. So Paris is becoming now the tourist place of southern, they call it, sometimes they say southern Gauteng, but we are in the Free State. We are in the north or east of Free State, close to Val Triangle. Hence, you find most people from Paris, they are also living in the Val Triangle area. Like myself, I'm living now in the Val Triangle area. And also encourage sports, arts, and culture. And also our youth here, they are involved highly in ITC.
Okay.
Yeah, they are the ones that running the programs of ITC. And some of the programs we had was in poverty alleviation. We've been highly involved, sourcing funds, also support from the Gift of the Givers. We've been working with the Gift of the Givers for poverty alleviation program in Frederickford and Paris, and motivational and inspirational talks. We also involve the ICANN Foundation. We are partners with ICANN Foundation, as well as Selomake Kancube Foundation. We have been inviting them also. And one of the key aspects in Paris, in the foundation, was the provision of sanitary dignity towels. Our former chairperson had a factory where she produces the sanitary dignity towels. So we were buying them and also was donating this to the learners in Paris and Frederickford.
So this thing is only happening in the Free State, or do you have branches in other provinces?
For now, it's only happening in Paris and Frederickford.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have a plan of expanding or?
Yes. Recently we met as a board and we decided now to go through Fezile Dabi district, meaning we'll be going down to up to Kronstadt, Dennisville, all the places around Fezile Dabi.
Okay.
District now.
All right.
Yes. So that's where we are heading to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of programs, how many programs could you simply say you're running currently? Tabiso, you want to come in?
I know he's very
Just to
interested in
interject a bit,
All
but
right.
maybe I can answer this question better. Currently, the foundation is being run by youth, mostly for youth in the Fezile Dabi region. So this is just an admiration I'd like to share with everybody. The board members of our foundation took a big risk in trying to build something like this for our community. They never knew that it could ever pay off. And to hand over something like that, a license like that, to young individuals to make decisions for a community that we have a lot of older people than us. So we make a lot of decisions that empower our community in a way that we'd like to shape it for the future. Currently, we have our keynote project that we're running is with another foundation that is sort of under Tumao Legacy Foundation. It's called Phoenix Visions.
Okay.
Phoenix Visions is a youth accelerator. It's a proud NGO that's been made and developed in Paris, Tumao. Currently, we are the board members of that section of education. So what we basically do in Phoenix Visions is that we provide exit strategies for the youth of our geographic location. For example, learners in grade 11 and grade 12, we prepare them for the next step in their lives so that they don't waste time, actually. We are a bit older than them, yes, not too experienced, but we've been down their path. So we try and help these people basically make better choices in life. For example, this is what we do. We prepare them the whole of grade 12 for what they expect the following year, whether they go to university, whether they go to colleges, whether they upskill themselves. And then we make sure wherever we place these learners, we actually have we've been there prior, we've placed other people prior, so we built a little small Paris outside of Paris.
Okay.
So it really helps with mentoring these young individuals to stay away from all these bad things that we encounter on the streets. It really helps these young individuals access the full potential of their minds, basically. And we also provide some sort of support throughout the whole program, because let's say you start this when you're 17 years old in grade 11, you're probably going to finish around the time you're 24, maybe your first year out of varsity or your second year, where you'll still be mentoring your peers, but creating a community that's well sewn together, that's there for development and growth especially.
Wow. And how can an organization partner with you? Because I foresee a great synergies there, and there's still a lot of potential, because I've noticed that, as parents, we become the first parents when we grow our own children in our houses. But we have a bigger parent or a second parent, which is the community now, that is educating our children. And it depends on the second parent, what they do with our kids. It will determine whether they will succeed or fail. And I'm sitting here, I'm listening to these programs that you're running, and I'm trying to think, do you have partners, or are you looking for partnerships? How can people partner with you in terms of broadening up this thing?
Yeah, before he responds on that one, I just want to indicate we have students now who are in Cuba, who are doing medicine there. We have students in Turkey. We do have students in China. And we have students also in Portugal, Madeira. And on a monthly basis, from the foundation, from the members of the foundation, we contribute funds so that we can send this to these learners there as a stipend. Remember, those learners they are coming from the poor families. We are contributing to them so that they get stipend, etc. And what sometimes they are doing, they will take money that we have sent to them and send back portion of that money back home so that they can have something to eat or buy at home.
Okay.
So we end up also taking care of their families. And this is just the commitment from us. We are very few now, but we are doing a lot for the community and for these learners.
Wow.
So we are inviting partners, sponsors, and donors to help us do more than we are doing now.
Okay.
Yes. And to add on to that by Dr. Skulonyan, the foundation basically is encouraged to partner with anything that brings growth and development to a community. Anything that's here to improve our people, anything that's here to uplift us from where we are. We don't want to be struggling with the same problems that our grandfathers and our parents grew up with. we really want some sort of inclusiveness. I can give you an example, for example. Let's say we work with close to 1,000 children every year in our local high schools. And there's been a trend where people of organizations come to these schools and they enlist these learners into things. For example, your bank accounts and other opportunities. And then these businesses, they don't uphold their promise, where it would be, they would, let's say, require clients, and then in return they would help a school out, and then they come probably a year or two later. So we're trying to be a strong social voice where if you want to work with our people, you have to make a commitment. You have to see out your commitment. You have to be sure that in the process of making that commitment, you're always honest, you're always truthful, you're always looking for the better side to life for everybody. So partnering with us is a bit difficult sometimes, but we always try and make sure that it's in the best interest of our community. Yes, yes.
All right, Tabiso, thanks. Ntatas Koranyana, thank you so much. There are so many entrepreneurs in here. I think if anybody wants to partner with you, can the team maybe stand up so that these CEOs can see who they can talk to? Quickly stand up and just, you know, these are part of Tumahole. I believe during our lunch, you can just network and try to see who else you can talk to so that they may be able to assist you. And we want to say thank you for coming through and just sharing your stories with us. It's really encouraging, and may God bless you. Thank you. All right, we're moving on with our program. I'm going to ask my colleague, Ami, can you kindly, let's give Ami a big round of applause as she comes to continue with the program. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Dan. At this moment, we'll have a panel discussion. I'd like to call forward to stage Mr. Carl Moller. Charles Moller, I beg your pardon. Let's just give a round of applause for him as we welcome him. We're going to have a panel discussion. He is the COO, Chief Operations Officer for Cellbugs. All right, so we're going to have a Q&A session. So at this moment, if you would have any questions for Cellbugs, maybe to start with, maybe while they're preparing their question, let me just find out from you. Maybe you could just recap us on what really Cellbugs is and what space they operate in. I know it's quite innovative technology, online money. May you please just recap your innovation? Which space are you in, your competitive edge?
Perfect. So I think the easiest explanation of what Cellbugs does is we are electronic money. So we're a wallet on a phone. I think to touch base with the other speakers, we've doing what M-Pesa does. We've done it, I think, slightly smarter, slightly cheaper, slightly faster. So we run on the Google backend, which means we have no infrastructure cost. We got no operating cost that is significant, which is why we can do transactions 100% free. And we can offer a free wallet to anybody in the community. I really like the comment that was made earlier on that said, we can't wait for people to create jobs for other people. We've got to enable entrepreneurs. So in my world, it's not the captains of industry that have good ideas only, right? Every person that's sitting here that runs a business has the smarts to start a business and run a business. By the same token, what we've seen is we've got dozens of people on our platform that are waste collectors, the guy that goes through your bin and collects glass and paper. So if that guy can start a job for himself, if that guy's got a picture of what I can do to make a living, there's no way that the captains of industry have ideas and the poorest of the poor have ideas. Everybody in between in that cycle has an idea, and we've got a way to make them a part of the financial community. So we can give that guy a free wallet. We can enable them to trade. We can link them to every merchant in the country. So we really are trying to be, how do we enable every person in the country to be a participant in the financial industry?
Yes, that's very true. To think that in this age and time, there are people that are a lot unbanked, yet they're participating in economic activities, and they really need that virtual money. With COVID-19, it's very clear that we have that. I noticed that as well, that someone can send money from the platform to their bank. Are you partnered with all banks or is particular ones? As we prepare questions.
Yeah, so the ideal that we have on the platform is if you take money off the Cellbucks platform and you put it into a bank account, then you're in the banking system. The banking system validly has costs for every transaction. They've got branches, they've got staff, they pay MasterCard, they pay Visa, they pay banking rails, they pay card rails. So there's a real cost to that. So in our world, the idea is if I've got to move money to you, I can move it to my bank account and then move it to your bank account, or I can move it from me to you directly. That costs me nothing and it costs you nothing. So why would you go via the banking system? There's valid places for the banks, loans, car loans, home loans, that kind of thing. And for that, they charge a fee. So that's perfectly valid. But for cash to move between us electronically, there is no need to have a fee in that space. So I can send money to my mother in George. I can send money to a cousin in Uppington. I can send money to somebody in Guyana, and it costs nothing. So there is no need to put it into a bank account and have somebody go to an ATM and draw cash out at the ATM, and it costs me money and it costs them money.
Yes. All right. If anyone has a question, please raise your hand. I personally have one, actually. There's a question. While the microphone is getting to him, I'll ask a question. I noticed someone can actually make purchases from supermarkets with the money. Which merchants for buying groceries have you partnered with? Can anyone access through? Yeah.
Yeah, so that really is the essence of our platform. So part one is I can send money from me to you. That's the easy part because we all have, so we go out for a coffee today, you don't have cash on you, so I pay the bill, and at the end of the evening you go, oh, I've got to repay Charles, so you can send me 20 Rand, and it costs you nothing and costs me nothing. So that's the easy part. The really big part to that is when you want to spend your money, so let's say you get your wages paid onto the platform, then you want to be able to spend that money. So we've signed up ShopRite, Checkers, Clicks, Usave, Dis-Chem, Boxer, Romans, Debonair's, KFC, Romans, we've got 13,000 merchants signed up on the platform. To sign up as a new merchant on the platform is really simple. We have a merchant application form. You can download it from the website. You can sign up, and a minute later you're trading. We also recognize that in the informal market, that's not as simple a process as it is in the formal market. Yes. So what we have is the concept of you become a merchant. Yes. So if you take, and these are settings that we have on the system, if you take 30 inbound transactions in 10 days, we deem you a merchant. We convert you, we make you a merchant, and then you get the benefits of being a merchant on the platform. So you don't even have to do the application as an informal trader to become a merchant. We make you a merchant. When we see there's enough traffic going through to your account on the platform, we make you a merchant, so we convert you from consumer to merchant, and you then get the benefits of being a merchant on the platform.
That's really amazing innovation. I think let's put our hands together for what Cellbucks is doing. East Africa, Kenya, like the economic activity just due to a similar platform has really shot up and given a lot of people opportunities. So we really appreciate that. Yes, sir, may I please get a question?
Thank you. My name is Putiwa Mawai, and fortunately I happen to be in the TVET sector. And I must admit I want to ask a question particularly on what are you doing so that the Cellbucks ends up being a fraud-proof, because almost every month you would not have less than 6 students complaining that the money would appear on their phone, they would go to either one of the supermarkets, and then they would try to buy or withdraw whatever, but suddenly the balance is almost nil, and they would just spend, say, 1,000 Rand out of 7,000, but they would ultimately, when they try to look at the balance again, the money is no longer there. What happens? What would have happened, and what is Cellbucks doing to make sure that these kind of things are not happening? Because really the students are suffering because you find, or they can't even pay the rent because the money has just disappeared.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that we've done in that space. The first one is trying to educate students never to share your PIN, right? So if somebody said to you, can I have your bank card? And can I just have a look at, wow, that's a really pretty bank card. What's the PIN on this bank card? You would never share it, right? And you would never leave your card behind where somebody's got the CVV number on the back that they can see, because then they can go online and they can shop with it. So the very first drive that we've got is to educate students never ever to share your details, right? So in the systems that use our wallet, we try and make it very obvious that if you go onto a website where somebody can log into an account, so we've got several wallets that run on our platform. One of them is NSFAS. There's 3 or 4 others. On all of those, so let's use NSFAS as the easy one. If you can go into a NSFAS application and access your wallet through the application, don't share the password for that application. Don't share your PIN for the wallet, because those are the 2 access mechanisms that people use to get hold of students' money. Then there's a couple of other innovations that we have on it. The one is that we create types of money. So I can create, instead of cash, I can create grocery money, because I know that it's more difficult for somebody to take money out of your pocket that's grocery money and go and stand in ShopRite and use that money, because people now go, hang on a second, I don't actually have cash that I can draw and I can run away with. I've got to spend this on groceries. So you can't draw grocery money. You can't draw book money. You can only spend book money on a book. You can only spend grocery money on groceries. So to try and introduce types of money so that there's no access to it. And then the innovation that we're hoping to launch at the end of this year is a link to identity and money. So that what I can do is I can send to your ID number, and we link a communication mechanism to your ID number. So when you go into your wallet and you say, I want a voucher that I can spend, what we do at the same time is we create a PIN that we send to another mechanism. So if you create the voucher on your phone, then I send a PIN to your email. And you've got to have access to your phone and your email. So even if a student has compromised the PIN on their wallet, then they haven't compromised their email, hopefully. And the PIN only goes to the email. So to open the spend voucher, you have to enter a PIN for it, and once you've entered the PIN, then that voucher is spendable. The other concept that we have on the wallet right now is at any point in time that you've gone in, you can lock your account in your account. So if it says you've got a book voucher for 1,000 Rand, I can lock that voucher. So even if somebody reads out that voucher number in a bookstore, that voucher is not valid, because the voucher is locked until such time as you unlock it. Now, obviously, the catch with that is if somebody has the PIN to your wallet, then they can unlock the voucher themselves. But so step 1, don't share your PIN, don't share your password. Step 2, we're trying to create identity. Step 3, we're creating types of money so that that money can't be spent.
All right. Thank you so much for that question, Seth. Thank you for the answer. Are there any more questions from the floor? There's a lady there.
Okay, just a short question from me. So should it happens that the money is compromised somehow? Because I think fraudsters are very smart. So should it happen then who takes accountability, and does that client get their money back, or what happens in that case?
Yeah, so at this stage, if a student compromises a PIN, that's the same as me taking 2,000 Rand, leaving it on the table and walking out, right? So if you leave the money on the table and when you come back it's gone, there's nobody in this room that's going to say, we are the hotel, we take responsibility for it. So the unfortunate aspect of that is you are now in charge of your own money. So if you compromise your PIN and somebody gets hold of your PIN and spends the money's spent, the student is accountable, or the account holder is accountable.
Yeah. Another question over there, next table.
Thank you. I just want to know that if I go to a store where you have your merchant and use my bank card to purchase whatever item that is there, utilizing my bank card, will I be charged those fees that are normally charged by the banks? And the second question I want to establish, how are your rates if one starts his own business and decides to get a merchant, if you do a comparison with the other banks on the rates that they're charging to have a merchant in your business? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. So the reason that there are fees in the banking structure is because when Visa issues a card, that card is registered and enabled across all the banks. There's a cost to that. So when they charge you fees and when you pay bank fees, there are valid reasons why you pay those bank fees. And when you go to one of the existing wallets globally, all of those wallets are built on the back of Visa or MasterCard. So all of those costs are built into a wallet. So even when electronic wallets make it cheaper, they're still running on the existing infrastructure and the existing cost base. What we've done at Cellbucks is bypassed all of those costs, and we integrate directly to all of those merchants. So when you say, when I swipe my card, we don't issue a card. I send money to your wallet, and in your wallet you create a voucher number. Now, a voucher number is exactly the same as a card number. If you look on your Visa or MasterCard, there's a 16-digit number. That 16-digit number tells the merchant which bank to go to and which bank account to go to get money out to pay for your purchases. Cellbucks does exactly the same. We've got a 13-digit voucher number that points to a pocket of value, and the merchant takes his value out of that, or takes his payment out of that pocket of value. So we've just built alternative rails to Visa and MasterCard so that you don't incur those costs. And because we've built that platform very efficiently, we charge you no fees for that transaction. So that's part one of your question. And then part two is, if you become a merchant, then we negotiate a fee with you to say, if we bring you additional customers, we are going to charge you a commission. So the default commission that we have in that space is 2%, 2.5%, depending on the merchant that you are. Obviously, if you have one transaction a month on your platform, then it's expensive for us to maintain you as a merchant. If you do 20 transactions in a month, then it's really easy for us to maintain you as a merchant. So that's the only determinant of what the fees are on our platform, is the volume of business that we do with you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that question. Much appreciated. There's this thing, there's a lot of organizations are moving towards having a part of like a social enterprise component of it. And I've known quite a number of people that have been concerned. They want to give money to people that need money, maybe someone who's homeless, or a young lady who needs some sanitaries or whatnot. How easy would it be to, or how would it work out, or how long would it take to set up something like that, where us as a community can actually sort of give money to someone who needs it without, just to secure and ensure that the money actually goes for what you intended for? How easy would it be for me to set that up for maybe a community that I'm trying to assist?
Yeah, so let's assume you're in a community and you know there's 100 people in that community that each need money. Mm-hmm. The minute that there's money in a bank account in your Cellbucks wallet, mm-hmm. there's two ways that you can send that money. One, you go into your wallet, you get the other person's cell phone number, and you say send 10 Rand and the other person's cell phone number. 1 second later, we've created an account for that person, we've put 10 Rand into that account, and we've sent them by SMS a PIN for that account. So they could walk literally 1 second later into a store and they can spend that money. So that's instant. Then we have instances where people pay loads of people. So in the TVET space, in the salary space, in the wages space, the people would put money into an account. So let's say you've got 20,000 Rand that you've got to pay out to 5 people. You can send me the list of those 5 people's cell phone numbers and say, please look in my account, there's money in my account, please disperse it to these people. We run a background job, and those 5 people all get their money in that instant. So in the CSI space, we can disperse money to people in that second. We have a lot of wage payers that like that idea, because they go, when I pay via the bank, all of my employees must go and stand at an ATM. Now, in a small town in the middle of Mpumalanga, that's really difficult, because there's 800 farmers in that area that all pay their 20 workers. So now I've got 1,600 guys queuing at an ATM, and the last 300 don't get money because there's no cash left in the ATM. If they pay the guy with electronic money, the person can go into the store and spend money. We don't need to go from a payroll where somebody draws cash out of the system and pays it. I take my wallet and I spend electronically to pay for my goods, so nobody's queuing at an ATM.
Yeah, thank you very much. I noticed that this innovation actually could be the vehicle that we need in South Africa to all of us participate in CSI, not just for corporations, but for any individual who actually wants to make a difference, and just part with that 200 Rands and make sure you support 5 ladies or 5 girls that need what they need. So I thank you so much. That's actually an innovation that can solve a social problem that is there at any level. Okay, there's another question at the back. It will be the last question.
I just wanted to ask, moving my traditional money into the digital cash, will my money, will the value of my money decrease? Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, great question. So today, if you transfer money onto the Cellbucks platform, if you transferred money from your account to somebody else's account, there's a fee that the sending bank charges you. So let's say you've got an account at Bank A, and to transfer money to Bank B, they would charge you 10 Rand. So it's going to cost you the same. So to transfer money from your bank to a Cellbucks account, the sending bank is charging you a fee. Obviously, I can't control that because that's the sending bank that does that. But if you take 500 Rand today and you send it to Cellbucks, we get 500 Rand on our platform. You could take that 500 Rand and send 500 people 1 Rand each. All of them will get 1 Rand. There's no fee on their side, and there's no fee on your side to send money. The only time that there is a fee on the Cellbucks platform ever for the user is if they draw cash out of the platform. And that's, again, not a fee that I charge. But if I send you to store A that allows withdrawals on their infrastructure, then once again, you've got a security guy and a gun with a guard and an armored truck that delivers the cash to their store, and they pass that cost on to you as the consumer. So if I sent you 500 Rand today and you spent it, you would get 500 Rand. And when you spend it, you get 500 Rand's worth of value. In some instances, there are collaborations that we've got with some of the merchants that go, it's important for us to be known in the community, so they give you 1% back. So there are instances where if you spend 500 Rand, you get your 500 Rand's worth of good, and 1 second later, they give you 1% of that spend. So you get a 5 Rand voucher back on your platform. But there is no cost on the Cellbucks platform ever. There is a cost when you withdraw cash that the merchant charges you a fee for getting that cash.
Okay, that makes business sense. Thank you so very much. Yes. There is another question here.
Shell, good morning again. Excellent presentation.
Morning.
Be practical. Company X, these are CEOs and people are watching. I now need to pay salaries. I think Intercape is one of the examples, you know. ICANN has got 500 employees. I need to send the money to you. Do I get an invoice? Is there an MOU that we agree? First, number one. Number two, how do I get it from Bank A to you guys? You are not a bank, you are a platform. Just unpack that one.
100%. So here's the beauty of the South African system. The minute that you can put money into an account and take money out of an account, the Reserve Bank says you're a bank account. There's no way getting around it. If you're a bank account, we need to regulate you as the South African regulator. We need to know that the guy that's putting the money in is safe, the guy that's getting the money is safe. So the only way in South Africa that you put money into an account and take money out of an account is to be a bank. That's a slightly expensive game. It costs you a couple of million. The other option is you get a sponsorship agreement with the bank. So that's why we're talking to African Bank today. So A, we completely regulated because you can't do this without having a sponsorship agreement from a bank. So that's the first assurance that people have. The second one is if you needed to pay, let's say 500,000 today to your employees, you would literally transfer money into the Cellbucks bank account. So you would have a receipt of money that's flowed, and you would then send me a disbursement file that says person A gets 1 Rand, person 2 gets 2 Rand, person 3 gets 3 Rand. We run that disbursement file, and I send you back the details of that file, the time that the person got the SMS to say your account's been opened, the time that the account was funded, and the amount that they were funded with. So you get a detailed listing of all of the transactions that happened. We also send you a listing that says, you think that person 7 should have got 1,000 Rand, but that account doesn't exist. That cell phone number doesn't exist. We couldn't deliver that money, so there's still 1,000 Rand left in your account. We only disbursed 499,000. In terms of the MOU and the contract that we have with you, for every funder that we have a funder agreement that is a formal agreement between you and us that says that your money is safe. These are the duties that we have and the obligations that we have, and these are the rights that you have on the platform.
No, thank you very much. And just a follow-up on that question. how does one contact and actually apply to get on that? And how long would the process take for someone to actually say, would like you to run our payroll or our allowance system? How long does that process start and how does it make it? How long?
Yeah, so that's a great question. There's two sides to it. One, how do you get money onto the platform? Two, how do you become a merchant? So today we've got people that integrate directly onto the platform. Some of them have done that in an hour. If you're one of the big corporates and you've got a very evolved project management process, I've seen that take 6 months before. I've also seen somebody register as a merchant and be integrated 1 hour later. So that really is as to how fast your side of the coin operates. And then in terms of becoming somebody that wants to fund onto the platform to sign up as a payroll payer, that's literally, we have a payroll agreement. The minute that you've signed that agreement and you're happy with it, you can deposit money into our bank account. And today, funding into a bank account can take as little as an hour. So if you went to Bank A and said, I want the money into the Cellbucks account, it could take you 5 minutes, it could take you 1 hour. The minute that that money reflects in our bank account, we can run that disbursement. The only reason we do that is because if I pay money to John, and John walks into ShopRite and spends that money, I pay ShopRite tonight. So every merchant has the assurance that he gets his money on the same day. So anybody that walks in there and spends money, they know that they get paid the next day. The only way that I do that is to make sure that your money is on the platform and is available for us to pay the merchant.
All right. I love processes that are an hour. I like that. Thank you so much, Mr. Charles. Let's just put our hands together for him and for Cellbucks. Thank you so much. At this moment, we'll watch Bona Mohale, a video from Bona Mohale.
Politics determine economics. If you don't get the politics right, it doesn't matter what we do in economics, in businesses, we will be like running on a treadmill and we will not be going anywhere soon. For instance, when Jacob Zuma fired Pravin Gordhan as the Minister of Finance and gave us Des Van Rooyen just for that weekend, the economy lost 500 billion in just that weekend. All of us stood up as civil society, not as government, and said, not in our name, business, put on our suits, and we marched to Pretoria to say we're going to defeat and root out the state capture. Public pressure is what brought about change. So at the moment, we're seeing the virus that is unprecedented, unrelenting, and uncertain. We're seeing industrial scale looting, feeding at the trough. The only people who can stop it, it's us, civil society, by mobilizing and saying not in our name. That's how we became free, the mass democratic movement. Therefore, the social partners must get together and say to this ANC-led government, you are rotting to the core with your actions, especially of late, as if life as a demand was not enough. Now you give us PPE, grand scale theft, and I'm not even talking about VBS. All of this within a 3-year period. So, number one, if you're a government, because you have led us to a state where, since the Second World War, we are witnessing the lowest levels of confidence, of trust and hope. So what do we do to restore that trust, to build that confidence, and to give hope? Number one, it would be useful, because we've been talking about state capture for 10 years, 4 commissions of inquiry, the Zondo Commission is still going on as we speak. If you can take 3 top state capture miscreants and put them in jail so that we see them in orange overalls, I think it will help to boost confidence for sure. That's number one. Number two, you need to demonstrate to the investors, local investors, South African banks, the top 4, to say you are serious about reining in our expenditure. And the biggest line item on our expenditure, it's 70% of the 1.4 trillion that is collected by South African Reserve Bank, that goes to a bloated civil service. Therefore, public sector wage bill I'm talking about. And the 20 billion a year that goes just to debt servicing costs. So for paying debt and paying civil servants, that's 70%. Then we are left with 30% to invest in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, and in security. You can see the math doesn't add up. There's 57.78 million of us, South Africans, but only 16 million of us are gainfully employed. Before COVID, we've lost 3 million jobs now, and yet 18 million are on social security. As if that's not enough, we now add the other people who are not receiving grants and are not receiving TERS, so they come and get your 350, so we're adding on to that. The third thing that I think we need to do is to make sure that this economy looks like us. It must be broadly reflective of the demographics. Women are 51% of the population. Their representation positions of leadership is 24%. African women, less than 4%. It can be. Black people are 90% of the population. Their representations positions of leadership has just moved from 14.3% to 15.1%. At this rate, it will take us 175 years before this economy looks like us. The last two, I think we need to think seriously about growing this economy, because if we are not growing the economy, you're not growing the size of the pie, very soon we'll be talking about the redistribution of poverty, not the redistribution of wealth. Lastly, we need to create jobs in large numbers.
Thank you so. Wow. That talk really reminds us that we do have power. If we can come together as people, we can really transform the world. There's a saying that everything that we see around us, whether it's a chair, whether it's a tie, whether it's the roof, it was once upon a time someone else's thought. Anything that we see around. So you can see how humanity, how powerful we are if we put our minds to things. Thank you so much. I'd like at this moment to really hand over to my co-program director, Dr. D. Oh, Dr. Mulapo.
Testing. Marie can come up here quickly. Let's give Amy a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much. To Dr. Dan, round of applause. And to Cellbucks. And you said, how many years have you been with NSFAS now? 8 years. So they give the money to you, you distribute, and not one scandal, not one fraud, no redistribution of poverty, nothing. Not even one. Let's give Cellbucks a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much. Mahua, you wanted to give me a book. This is a good time. Quickly. Just take the book out. You'll see how we do marketing. Okay. You know one. You said one. Are you giving me two? Oh, two. Okay, let's do that. Look on the television thing here. What are the titles of the book?
The titles of the book, the first one is A Whisper of the Uncomfortable Truth. The second one is The Power of... Why are you hiding it?
No, I'm not hiding it. I'm sure on television, Baba. Hiding it, I do this. Right. Yeah, I'm not hiding it. I want the TV people to see it.
The second one is the power of the power of taking the first step forward.
Wonderful. And you've got some copies here today.
Yes, I've got some copies.
I'm going to read it, and then if people want to get hold of you, how do they get hold of you?
So far, in the books, my contact numbers are there, but I can be contacted on 071 68 58 391 or Facebook page Putua Mawai.
Lovely. Isaac, come up here quickly. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Thank you, Tate. Where's Isaac Munyele? Come up here, bro. Rimasioni, Khotso. So what's this book? I'll hold it for you, don't worry. Okay. Yeah, just look at me, don't worry about the television stuff. I'm doing the hard work here, that's fine, yeah.
Good day, thanks very much. The title of the book is In Life Success Does Not Come From a Vacuum. It's a poetry book that contains more than 40 poems. So it's a multi-award winning book. like the poem titled Women and Children, the other one titled Marriage, and so on.
And you're available today, but where can people get a hold of this book if they want to buy it?
They can get my books on Amazon, smartswitch.com, and then Kindle. And then on Facebook is Rudolf Munyela, Rudolf of F. And then my numbers is 071-901-8527. The other one, 064-531-4008. So my email is isaac.m@manyati.co.za.
And your cell box number? I'm joking. Thanks so much, Papa. Thank you, Papa. Thank you. Jody, you are doing you're one of my students doing a master's degree, even though you're my business partner. And before I go to Abner there, what is the title of your thesis?
Thank you, Dr. D. Morning, everybody. So I'm going to be focusing on the subject matter of transitional leadership. We know the term transformational leadership, but can transformational leadership exist without transitional leadership? And for me, transitional leadership is actually a mind shift. And I think the easiest way to kind of conceptualize it is consider two coordinates in your mind, the from and the to, rather than the to and the fro. We are living in a world where there's just too much of to and fro. And one of the things we're going to be focusing on is how to get those two coordinate points in a trajectory to get us to success. That's in a nutshell, yeah.
Leadership, but this time you are the CEO of Power Group. And by the way, the people of City of Joburg are here. Helen wants to meet with you. Then the second thing is with Q Grip there. So how do you balance this thing as a transitional leader?
Well, I learned the cap thing with you, so I wear multiple caps. So I wear it this way and that way. I think
how many ways?
yeah, well, you can use it in a whole. I mean, you could use it as a fan if you want to. I think the key thing is balance, and balance is also a determined choice. So I think from maybe a demographic point of view, I mean, we're quite diversified as a business. We went all the way from electrical to medical. And I think the key thing is for me, is seeing light in a kaleidoscope of colors. So irrespective of whether you're dealing with primary colors or secondary colors or a mixture of colors, it all boils down to colors. And that's how I see my businesses. So being a musician as such, I also take dissonant and unrelated notes and put it together in a song. And sometimes it works, and they say some of the greatest songs are the ones that are slightly off tune. But you're always the closest to the correct note, one note away from the correct note. So that's how I see business, and that's how I bring everything together. Yeah.
Give it up for Brother Jody Favor. One person online says, this guy's crazy, man. He's sharp, he's a motivational, inspirational speaker. It gave me great joy. Come on, my brother, let me hug you here. And you understand why in a minute, you know. Dr. Abner Mariri, of all the people in this room, all the people watching online, even my family, you know me better than anybody else.
Yes, sir.
My ups and downs, my successes, my failures.
Challenges.
Challenges.
Yes. Breakthroughs.
Breakthroughs.
That's right.
Tell us, where is Abner Mariri from?
Born and bred, and thank you, Dr. D, and thank you to your my platform associates and to everybody who's listening. Born and bred originally in Kwatema, where you come from. And I know your home, I know your mom, I know your dad, I know your grandparents, I know the cultural roots from whence thou comest from. And it's been a privilege.
That's King James Version, where that comes from.
That
That's
comes
deep.
from, you know. So yeah, it's been a privilege, and you know my family. In fact, David paid lobola for me when I saw a bride that I wanted to marry. One of my delegates that I trusted even better than my family was David. And every time he would say during interval, keep praying. It's difficult, you know. But be that as it may, this is the journey that we traversed and where we come from. And I'm originally from Kwatema, born and bred in a very down-to-earth family. You know everyone.
But a big family. How big is your family?
Family of, my parents died, obviously, but it was a family of 9 and my brother. So there's about 6 of us left.
Yeah. But you became like a brother to me because I've got 2 sisters as a brother. And Abner, I remember the days when we used to dream together. Share with the people this thing of going to the airport, getting taxis, particularly for some young people who are here and listening.
Yeah.
Why was that important? First of all, share with them what we used to do
Yes.
and how that dream became a reality.
Well, the truth, the long and short of it is that we grew up in, obviously at the time there was even hardly electricity, so nerebe sakaditofo, and it was a very trying and very difficult season of our lives. But they always say that there's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come, and our dream was always to better ourselves and to see ourselves far better than where we come from, and to better the lives of our families and of our siblings and our community and stuff like that. So every Sunday, we grew up in a Dutch Reformed church, actually, in Gekerk. At the time.
Charles, did you hear that? Charles and Gekerk. Form, that one.
Yes.
The darky side of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was our family, actually, a tradition. Our parents went there, and amazing, So we grew up in that environment, and there used to be actually 4 of us. Yes. It was myself, Andries, you, and Goss. And somehow David and I gravitated more towards each other, and we subsequently engaged quite extensively. He was advanced in education, and he was further down the aisle insofar as I was, and he was always a big brother who pioneered that kind of department. And one day he dropped an idea to say, man, let's go to the US. And somebody said, show me your friends and I'll predict your future. It's important to keep people that motivate and inspire you and show you the direction. And certainly David was one of those people. And every Sunday after church, after Engekerk, we would go to the airport. At the time it was called John Smart's Airport. And we would watch planes come in, planes go out, planes come in, planes go out. That's where I learned that there's a distinction between a dream and a vision, and a vision is applied imagination. And a dream was born inside, and we internalized that dream, and what looked like...
Say it slow, because that was deep. What's the difference between a dream and a vision? Please say it slow. That was powerful.
A lot of people can dream. I used to have a cousin brother who was very alcoholic and very timid and quiet when he's sober. But when he's drunk, he will talk about the dreams that he had and how he would dream, and he's going to be this and this and that. And after that, back to normal. But a visionary is a person who conceptualizes the future and come back to work their plan to make sure that that future becomes a reality. So for me, it's applied imagination. That's why somebody said we gain through the strengths of our vision the power to shape the future. And for us, we're trying by leaps and bounds to try and shape our future, our direction, and in terms of where we're going. So when we went to the airport, little did we know that something was born within us, and what looked like it was impossible to many, for us, it became a reality.
But it sounds crazy, because I remember going the stairs, you see these white people going up and down, you say bye-bye to immediate. People probably think we're mad, but we're practicing those steps,
practicing
coming down.
And checking them out and smiling,
like,
just,
hey, you there, we don't know anybody, just,
and some people thought that we were also going, so we pretended like we were going. We wouldn't certainly negate what they were thinking, and we pretended like we were going. And little did we know that by the grace of God, something was birthed inside. I think in our families, in most instances, we were the first in doing many things. First to graduate from university, first millionaire, first running a business. First in many things, and we basically somebody who put a full stop and said it will never happen for you. God in his supernatural wisdom came and said, I'm putting a comma because the story is continuing. And
before we go deep, because we're going to talk about substance abuse, your journey, and I know you've got a book we're going to be sharing with the people. Don't forget online people also watching that.
Yes.
We left this country and we went to the States. Hey, right. People see the glory. Yeah. They don't understand their story. Tell them when we arrived in the US, for 3 days, where did we sleep?
We slept on the bus bench. In fact, there's a guy behind us on the bus bench. There was a Floshem shoe store. Every time I go to LA, they actually, it was in Westwood. In front of us was UCLA. Westwood is closer to UCLA. It's in Los Angeles. It's part of the neighborhoods in Los Angeles. And we slept. And I think at the time we were about 19 or something like that, wearing to match. To match.
Literally we're matching. You see that? You got the memo.
Remember the term to match, So we're wearing similar clothes. And I remember a guy who worked, a black American guy, who worked at the Floshem shoe store, took our luggage and put it in his store and said, that's the best I can do, you can pick it up tomorrow. And we went to the police station. At that time, we wanted to get arrested because at least we knew that we were guaranteed some sort of meal and a place to sleep.
It's called creativity. I mean, not that, it's called creativity.
And we slept there for 3 days. We'd go to the beach and we didn't have money. I think at our disposal, we had about 40 something bucks each, US dollars. And that's all we had in our names, and obviously we hustled and things like that, and there was a sign for me written UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles, and I told myself that by the grace of God one day I'll graduate from that institution. And our journey then took us, our destination, we stopped at LA.
And that's where we met Lebu M. Lebu M actually took good care of us.
That's right. That's where we met Lebu M. At the time, with his brother, who I became very close, not his brother, but Tibu Tachi's uncle, Vernon Molefe, who was subsequently murdered in Syracuse, in New York. But those were two brothers, very young, energetic. They've gone to Duke Ellington School of Music in the East, and were basically pioneers, and we learned quite a lot from them. And I almost told David's story that he even had his faith. He had a lovely, beautiful woman who was on a lighter hue, and a young girlfriend. And at the time, we were exploring. We were very young, passionate about America. Finally, we are in this amazing country where nothing is impossible and we can dream, we can be anything. We were driven, even though we had little money, we were driven. We ended up at a place called Huntsville, Alabama. And there
are a lot of Seventh-day Adventist people here, so they know. Yeah, so they know.
Oakwood College. Yeah. You know, that's where I went. Oakwood College, and I saw how studious those people are in terms of just academia. They take everything seriously. If they're going to venture into Christianity, they're going to study, and they're articulate. And we learned quite a lot. You know, Dean Banks, do you love Jesus?
Oh yes, Leonard, let me fast track. So Abner, you graduated from UCLA, and what a lot of people don't know, God blessed you.
Yes.
We went our separate ways, but every break, I will drive, fly, do whatever to be there with you.
Yes.
But God gave you a breakthrough in the entertainment industry.
Yes, in the
you worked with people like?
Well, effectively when the late comrade Oliver Tambo came to the US, we were hustling. You know, we met a whole bunch of, when we separated, you remained in Huntsville, I came back to LA, and it was a struggle, difficult struggle. I took odd jobs, worked in restaurants, and discovered that the special branch were looking for me, harassing my family. I remember my late brother was to join us, and unfortunately he couldn't. So I started a musical group with a whole bunch of us called Temba. So when Oliver Tambo came, he was coming to some AME church, and they were hosting him. And I went to the church. I said, man, there's this multi-talented, multi-platinum group of musicians from South Africa. Meanwhile, we have never sang anywhere in our lives. And they gave us an audience. And they said, no, come and sing. And we welcome Comrade Oliver Tambo with some traditional African music. I mean, there were about 12 of us. And we got paid for it. And that's when I realized that, wow, you know, if we don't compete with Americans and we retain our uniqueness as Africans, we can make headways. And before long, God opened doors, breakthroughs. When the late Chris Hani came, did the same thing. Bruce Springsteen, when he did and was looking for Africans in the studio, we were there. Quincy Jones, Back on the Block album. I ended up working for an offshoot of the Bill Cosby Show called A Different World, you know. And got paid for it. You know, I worked there for quite an extended amount of time. You name it, Jonas Kwangwa. That's where I met the late Brahu Masikela. Little did I know that our paths will cross slightly later. Met a whole bunch of people. Dumandlovu from Mufam.
But Abner, what I like about during the time, even though God gave you fame in the Hollywood space, I remember one day there was a big conference. We were raising money for students.
Yes.
Again, don't forget where you come from. You invited me to fly there, and for the first time, I was in the midst of all the superstars.
Yes.
You know, and I still cherish those pictures there.
Yes.
That even our relationship through up and down Mlapo, you could have spoken. You're an incredible speaker. They're going to find out now.
Yes, but
you said, no, Bro, I want you to speak. I mean, for me to be in front of all these actors, whatever, you know,
it was
amazing.
Artist for Free South Africa.
Yes, we're raising money for South
raising-
Africa.
Yeah,
Let's fast track up because I want us to spend the book.
Yes.
I came back, you came back, but something happened.
Yes.
You are a man of God. We serve God together. Billy Graham Ministry, stadiums. Promise Keepers, stadiums. We are touching the lives of people. Television, whatever. But there was a time in your life where something, one encounter. I always preach that one touch of God's favor is worth a lifetime of labor.
Amen.
But also the opposite. One encounter can change your life. Take us there.
Well, David, you know, it's amazing. I had a professor at university. I went to UCLA, and my professor was from South America, and he revolutionized my thinking in terms of and made me to fall in love with Karl Marx, controlling the means of production. And for me, coming home, I was always passionate about manufacturing. And went into that space, and God opened doors through motivation, met people, and eventually bought into a company that manufactures concrete sleepers. And that basically, you know, if you ride Gautrain, you know, it goes on something called concrete sleepers, and 50% of that I manufactured. So we bought 50% of a factory, and we expanded and played in the space of manufacturing. My life was taking off, literally taking off from a manufacturing point of view. We acquired a few businesses in manufacturing. I even moved to the R to understand the value chain of what it takes to manufacture a concrete sleeper. When ultimately it is sold, what happens to it, you know, who uses it. Be that as it may, you know, as God was opening doors, instead of it, I'm very Christian and very protective of my faith. Instead of giving God the glory and celebrating what he has done for me, I started to take the glory for myself. And they always say pride goes before the fall. And for me, I experienced a fall that beggars no description and staggers no imagination. And it so happened that my son, who was very little at the time, Spusiso, was at school and unfortunately ran into a mishap, and I found him in ICU, machines breathing for him. And on June 16, I'll never forget it, we switched machines off and I watched him die from 8 o'clock until in the afternoon. I couldn't handle it. So in the process of that, what I did, I started to fall in love with the bottle. So I drank copious amounts of alcohol. This was for me my coping mechanism. And I drank quite a lot and extensively so. Smoked cigar. I remember my friend Lebo M had a club, Kilimanjaro, there by Melrose Arch, a very beautiful club. And it was in that club that I developed a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and a lifestyle was born for myself. And nobody knew about it. And before long, I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Gone to speak. I had an agent who marketed my services as a speaker, and God had opened doors literally on the continent of Africa, and I went to speak, and after that I went to hang out, and I was introduced to something that even today I regret having gone to that particular place. And what I was introduced to was crack cocaine, which became the bane of my existence. And at the time I took it, and it numbed the pain that I felt. Going home, being in my complete mental faculties, it was very difficult because I had to then confront people. I preferred to be high and to be drunk, or at least tipsy. At least I can cope with anything. And this for me was my coping mechanism to deal with all the challenges that I faced. Little did I know that the spiral had started. As you know, in 4 ways, I bought a place, built a house, had places, different places, shares there and there. I bent it all on crack cocaine. And crack cocaine became the bane of my existence, like I said.
Like you smoked your money.
I smoked my money. I smoked
millions.
It.
You spoke
millions. I mean, that house I built for cash. As you know, I sold it for cash. As you know, all that cash went into my drug habit. And I had a house in Sentin, sold it, smoked it, had shares.
And how do you cope? You are a Christian on Sunday, you're praising the Lord.
The contradictions I was feeling, it was shocking. You know, I should have been given a best performing award for best performance, because I became a master pretender. I was sitting in the front pew of the church, wearing a suit, meanwhile in between services. I needed a fix. So I'd go to the bathroom and do a fix. And as people were raising their hands, I equally joined them, but I was high as a kite. You know.
So for some of the pastors, when people say in the spirit, you got to be careful.
I know, you got to be careful. That's right, Dr. D. You have to be seriously careful. Yeah. So I lost weight. I became the talk of the town. You know, I have a friend who owns a mortuary, an insurance business. He even said to some of our friends, and say, hey, I think I've got a room there for you in the fridges at the rate at which you're going, you know. And I became decadent. I was full of grandiosity and pride. It was all about me. I intellectualized everything. You know, I was full of arrogance, and I didn't care for everything. And you must know that I'm a father, you know. And I opened a window in my home, my children, my son, my daughter. You know, you won't believe it. Before long, the rug was pulled underneath me, and I lost practically almost everything, including my family. I hate drugs with a passion, and you won't believe it. You know, at the height of my addiction, I was mixing everything. It was crack cocaine. You know, at a certain rate, you no longer get that high. You need to couple it up with something else. So it was crack cocaine. After a while, I need to intensify the high, so it was methamphetamine, so it's crack, cocaine, methamphetamine. After a while, you reach a ceiling, it's no longer giving you the high, and then you have to put alcohol on top of that. And Johnny Walker Black was my favorite pastime, and I would gulp it just to get the high, the energy. There's no strip club I've not been in Gauteng. There's no place that I've not been where they peddle drugs, and I became a true drug addict, you know, and I was addicted for quite an extended amount of time. And I know what it means for the sheriff to knock on the door and come and repossess everything. My cars were taken, my children thrown out of private schools. I know what it means to sell their toys. You know, I see phones on the table. I'll steal your phone and be the hardest one looking for it, and you will be convinced yourself that no, he didn't steal it, you know. And it was amazing, David. You know, I never thought today I'll be sitting here with you talking about me and addiction and drugs on the same sentence, to say I've actually tried it and I've used it. So I was proper in my usage. So I know what it is. You know, if you really want to see a miracle, you are looking at one. I'm sitting here as a miracle, it's incredible. You know, I pawned everything I could find, children's toys, my wife's jewelry, everything I could find. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd walk with a microwave, going to school for drugs. One day, because I've got a Christian disposition, one day I prayed and I said, Lord, I want this thing to go away. So I was kneeling on my couch with my crack pipe on the side and my lighter and my rocks on the side. And a thought struck me. I said, man, you can take these things and go dump them in another province. So I got off around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I got on the N12, drove all the way past Middelburg, and took the drugs.
People from Mpumalanga, yes, so that's why.
All the way, threw them out, and I do a lot of work with Mpumalanga. I just came from there, working with one of the companies there with supervisors and managers, as you know, and dropped them there, and came back singing songs of praise. That perhaps that addiction, it was my own rationale in my head that if I did that, maybe I would be free from it. And I came back, and when I came back, it was brilliant. You know, we had dinner as a family, and they went to sleep early. Around 9 o'clock, everybody sleep. It is that time when you're alone, you know, and the cravings came. I phoned my dealer, he was not there. Went to another dealer, they were not there. Around 1 o'clock, I couldn't help it anymore in the morning. And a thought struck me, but I've got a stash somewhere in Middelburg, and I live close to Springs. And I said, man, this is amazing. You know, I've got my stash. And remember, I threw it just off of the freeway. I just threw it on the side. So there I was driving back 1 o'clock, 1:30 to Middelburg, and got to the spot, put the lights on, looked for my stash. By the grace of God, I found it. And I say, praise Jesus. I got it, smoked a little bit, and made a U-turn. And one of the things that hits you when you smoke is that you get lots of paranoia. and you get tremendously paranoid. And I became paranoid. Paranoid. And I would think lights that were flashing were police looking for me. I would even think certain stars, as you drive, it's like the stars are following you. And I thought there were cameras. Actually, somebody was actually hunting me down. And it became quite emotional. And for me, yeah.
But you came to a point where you could no longer go down. When you hit rock bottom,
yes,
then the thought came that you must at least go to rehab, because I remember your sisters calling me. Abner used to do when he's depressed, to do like this.
To eat clothes.
Eat clothes. So I can tell you stuff, but we're gonna go into depth because everything's in that book. The rehab, when you started then going to the rehab, what happened then?
Yeah, it was Brahu Masikela, God bless his soul, may his soul rest in peace, and Lebo M. I don't know who called them. I was in my house using that entire night. I think my wife did. And he called them, and I could hear voices, and they came, and Brahu basically sent me to a rehab in Sentin for 3 weeks, and unfortunately I relapsed inside the rehab. I came out, went to another rehab in Kempton Park, and I relapsed, and that's when I realized, got some money from some dividend from some businesses that we're involved in, and used that money, half of it, and after that my family was gone. My wife moved out, my children out of school, and it was just horrible. And I decided, no, this ends here. So I phoned around. I found a place in South Coast Recovery Center, which is in Ramsgate, in KZN. And I decided to check myself in there. And I spent 8 months of my life. And when I spent 8 months you came there, you and Bishop Noel Jones, and you came to visit me there. And by the way, they don't allow visitors. And I was shocked when they say, you got visitors there. And it was Dr. D and Bishop Noel Jones. Bishop was here with T.D. Jakes, and they were doing something, and he found out from Tibo Touch that I was not well, and I checked myself in rehab. And he said, no, I'm not going back to the U.S. until I see him. And I was touched by that, and they prayed for us, and thank you, Dr. D, for standing by me. And I came out after 8 months. I came out broke as hell. Had to start all the way from scratch. Didn't have anything, but just the beauty of bathing or helping my son get a bath and taking him to school was just a miracle that I could do that. Lots of people don't survive. In my group, we were grouped according to your drug of choice, and my drug of choice was crack cocaine. And in our group, we're 23, I think, at the time. I think now we're about 9, and all of them relapse and committed suicide. Okay, so this is a serious thing. Funny enough, Conrad Cooper, who ran that South Coast Recovery Center, started some other organization. I serve on his board, Project Exodus, and brilliant things that are coming out through that space. Yes, that's right. So we're doing some incredible stuff, So yeah.
So God gave you what we call, I don't like the word second chance, because there's nothing called a second chance. God gives you a new beginning, a fresh start.
Yes.
And in the fresh start, again, the Abner I knew came back.
Yes.
But deep down inside, something came out of that, because sometimes we go through challenges so that we can grow from those challenges to help other people. So now let's talk to the corporates. So what are you doing now, before we talk about the book, what are you doing for the corporates? Yes, you do leadership, motivation, but let's talk about the substance abuse. What are you doing for the corporates now?
For the corporates, again, it's two heads. It's going back into my love, which is manufacturing, which is my passion, and God is opening doors, tremendous doors, amazing doors in that space, amazing business opportunities. But on the head of substance abuse, we've got programs that we are running through ICANN, wellness programs that basically delves deeper into substance abuse. Can I share this? I've got this workbook that I did when I came back. It's a simple workbook called Choose Life, and basically we started an organization called Choose Life Legacy Group. And it basically, you remember there was something about HIV/AIDS. There was an organization that was doing a whole range. They had TV dramas and stuff like that. That same concept we want to intensify, the awareness of substance abuse in the country, because the future generation of this, I came from Zimbabwe. It's amazing. Through same challenges, through Minister Paul Mavima, same challenges that they are facing, and it's amazing anywhere you go. And what we want to do is to intensify the awareness of substance abuse, because if we are not careful, the future generation that we're trying to build will be eroded. We'll be surprised at the rate at which young people are impacted and affected by substance abuse. So we came up with a book called Choose Life. We curated it.
Remember that this is for the corporates.
Yes.
You help them with this. Corporates pay.
Yes.
But in the corporates, obviously, there are parents.
Yes.
Because some parents really have allowed television.
Correct.
To raise their children.
Correct.
Some parents don't have a clue whether their children are already involved in drugs or not.
I had a CEO of a very public organization in this country who phoned me. He said, please help me out. I just got a call. I have 15 calls from my son, and he calls. When I call him, he's been arrested. He's at Briggs police station, and they say he's using something called methamphetamine. What is that? He had no clue. And when I broke it down, he says, please, can you help? I'm in a board meeting. I can't leave. I'm doing a chief executive. And I went down to try and assist the kid, and subsequently brought the parent up to speed and tried to explain to him that if your son is addicted to something, he's suffering from a disease, just like somebody suffering from cancer or something from diabetes, same thing applies. So basically, I then realized that there was an opportunity to do a workbook for parents, but not only workbook for parents. What are the telltale signs? What is it that you look at when your child is struggling with drugs? Do they isolate? Is there all of a sudden an intense need for cash, for money? All of a sudden they've got funny friends, they're not taking a bath, not looking after themselves. So those are some of the telltale signs that your child might be in trouble, and you need to intervene quickly. Part of the problem is that, at least in this part of in this neck of the woods, especially in Gauteng, we raise our kids through money. We throw money at them, and as long as they are out there with cash, we don't care what happens. We don't check their phones. We don't test them when they come home. My kids will tell you, my son will tell you, when he goes out, when he comes back, he gets tested. And he gets tested for what? Not that I don't trust him, but I don't trust the environment that he goes to, because I understand that the majority, like this weekend, said, Dad, I'm going to News Cafe at this particular place. I know what happens at that News Cafe. And they don't. They are oblivious to that. And somebody can always spike their drink or put something in their drink. Remember, drug dealers are business people. They run an operation. So they're always fishing for customers. And any way, shape, or form to get customers, especially in the uppity environments from whence we come from, they will always find a way to get in there. And you find your children, my children, are now de facto dealers, who are now drug peddlers in the schools or in the environment that they find themselves. For what? For return for free drug usage. So we've got a program for parents.
But let's say with the corporates, I'm coming to them. So the corporates, just for an awareness, how long does it take? And then the trainer program for the wellness people. Just give us an idea. Just for the awareness, how long does it? An hour, 2 hours?
For the awareness, we normally share statistics to bring you up to speed in terms of the enormity of the challenge, so that you appreciate the practical implementation that must take place.
And the statistics also, because you also share statistics.
I know, serious statistics, and both global and local, so that you understand. And we also look at I was addicted to drugs, and hard drugs, let me put it that way. There's also over-the-counter medication. There are people who are addicted to over-the-counter medication through prescription. They exhaust this doctor, they go to that doctor, exhaust that doctor, addicted.
Grandpa, people get addicted to grandpa.
Grandpa, Tylenol. I mean, the list is long in terms of what the people get addicted to. So we bring that awareness. That awareness, depending on your time, your timelines, we can do for 1 hour, 2 hours, maximum 3 hours, that awareness. Then we have a train the train program. That trainer program is 3 days. And we can squeeze it in 2 days. But it's intense, and it looks at the whole spectrum of addiction, including pornography. Okay?
And
it's amazing. Michael this morning from Singapore, he's an American, he's now based in Singapore. He was talking about the problem of social media. Remember the theme of this conference, 21st, is future skills, future technologies.
Yes.
And he was warning us, well, technology is good, but be careful. And he was giving us exactly the problem, both male and female in the workplace, already addicted to porn.
Correct.
And we don't think about pornography, that it can be addictive, but it is addictive.
It's incredibly addictive.
But what I like in your teaching, you also teach about the brain, how the addiction, comes. So the corporate's awareness, and then 3 days train the trainer program, that's the corporates. So now for the parents, we work a lot in churches.
Yes.
Talk to me about the awareness in the churches and also a train the trainer in those churches or faith-based organization. Is that the same thing, whatever? Then I'd like us to go deeper.
Obviously, we contextualize it, and depending where we are, we bring relevant people. You know, for example, if it's in a corporate environment, we'll have medical doctors that we bring in, experts that we bring in, that will speak to that issue and to that challenge. When it comes to churches, we also contextualize it. You were part of a thing that we did where when I came back from rehab, I was invited to come and speak about drugs to clergy, mostly clergy, you know, and I went and spoke extensively about drugs. They then said, no man, can't you help us? We've got June 16 coming. I said, instead of doing only June 16, let's do a week's event, you know, every night, and then it will culminate into a Saturday where we celebrate June 16. And June 16 will bring artists. You spoke. You know, I brought in, you know, celebrities that came. Thank God, Domandrovo from Muvango brought the entire crew, or at least the bulk, 80% of the Muvango crew came to say, we are saying no to drugs, and we brought in lots of young people. So we come to churches, we capacitate pastors. You have social workers, you have people who are strategically positioned in your churches to be able to implement what you cannot implement. And what we do, we come in through ICANN, we then work with those pastors. We can say, okay, we'll do a full day session that capacitates, that empowers the church to have an outreach program. And you will have, for example, we have our church is Sanctuary of Hope. We started Sanctuary of Hope Recovery Group. You know, so once a week we get together with recovering addicts. We basically engage them with their supporters. Should they need referrals, we refer them strategically to rehabs that will assist them. So we can come to your church and say, okay, let's help you create a support group for your local church so that you are capacitated to be able, because most churches, they all have addicts. The majority of them. It's just they are hidden somewhere in the crew. And unfortunately, the man of God who is powerful cannot really unearth them. And we come in to say, let's work alongside you to make sure through this intervention that we can bring them out.
We're going to allow some question and answer. Now let's look at these two books there.
Yes.
So this one, they choose to.
The Choose Life. Yeah, Choose Life.
Choose Life. Yeah, just what's the content here? Let's go into
content. Effectively, we made it in such a way that it's animated, and effectively, I worked with social development, and the minister gave me a foreword, and I've got a friend, Leslie Sidibe, who also did the same, and we got a young man who basically did animation, because young people are basically into pictures. So we animated it so that it can be captivating. And so
Jody, check this one. This is the content, yeah?
Yes.
What is addiction? Josiah's story.
Yes.
It's amazing. Then your dream, how to say no. Then Josiah's story, part 2, building self-esteem. 3 steps to addiction. Common drugs and their effects, being safe. The road to recovery. And then the last one. This is what's in this book. So the trainer, you go deeper.
We go deeper into that. We also deal with issues of self-esteem. We deal with issues of vision. You know, we've got pages there where you deal intensely about vision, especially with young people, to say understand your vision, where you're going, and how you practicalize that. You know.
Corporates and churches, we charge.
Yeah, correct.
So that money can be able to go to there. We go to schools free of charge. These young people do not have money.
Correct.
So, but again, you know, we must not be shy. We need to make money so that we can be able to do what we need to do. Abner is training now, in addition to all the other stuff, in empowering people, particularly the next generation of leaders. And today you are blessed, because this is the first time ever for him to talk about this book.
Yes.
And you're going to give me a copy of this book publicly.
Correct.
Talk to me, brother. What's the book?
Just on this page, Shemza, there's a page on page 18 that talks about
all the drugs, how they...
Shaman, he said Shemzan, not Shaman.
Oh, okay.
Shem, that's me, not you. Okay. Just to be clear.
Dr. D, you know, so sorry about that.
No, his name is Shamendra.
Oh, Shamendra.
I'm Shaman.
Oh, I said Dr. I said Shemza.
Which is fine.
Yes. All the drugs, how they're taken, the high they give you, the timing, the low, the body effect, and the brain effect. It's all in this book.
To do a point, you did something, and Isaac, this is for you.
Yes.
To do a point, what did you say you wrote in that the poem about?
Okay, in this book is 307 pages of tell it all. I mean, tell it all. It took us 5 years to put this book together. But there is a poem on page 7.
Yeah, but just
okay, just a little bit of it. Yeah. My name is Cocaine. Call me Coke for short. I entered this country without a passport. Ever since then, I've made lots of scum rich. Some have been murdered and found in a ditch. I'm more valued than diamonds, more treasured than gold. Use me just one time and you too will be sold. I'll make a schoolboy forget his books. I'll make a beauty queen forget her looks. I'll take your mother and make her a whore. I'll make a preacher not want to preach. Once I take charge, you won't have a prayer. Now that you know me, what will you do? It's all up to you. The decision is made. So it's all in here. It's all in here. So it's all in here.
Before we talk about the book, so Abna, as of today, how many years are you clean now?
As of today, as of the 5th of May this year, I celebrated 10 years clean time from drugs.
So in addition to all of these things, we are going to be doing some series on the door, television series coming, but for right now, the book, they can get the book today, is that right?
Yeah, today I brought copies here.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about it now with other books. How much is it going for?
It's going for 250. It's 370.
From Kenya and Sweden, is it 250 rands or euros?
250 rands.
Oh, just check it.
Local rands.
Yeah, these guys are loaded. So why the door? Why the door? And then, Smoo, get ready because we're going to get maybe 4 or 5 questions before we wrap up. Why the door?
Why the door? I speak about various doors, and I'm not going to mention a whole lot of them. The only door I will mention, there's 6 doors, and my book is basically categorized about, there's a wrong, maybe let me give you 2 doors. There's a wrong door, and then there's a door of hope, okay? And there's other doors in the middle that you will find in the book. It's captivating. This is, like David says, it's hot from the press. I've given it to some media people, and one lady in particular from SADC says, no, we're going to do a media launch for you so that we can take this book across the nation. And she said, riveting. So I've gotten amazing feedback about it. They said, once you pick it up, you won't want to put it down. I discovered in the process of writing that I'm actually a writer, you know, and I've got a number of books. You know, I've got another book coming out called Hard Lessons after this, which is my journey in business, because I've been through business rescue, through liquidation, fighting with partners in high courts and stuff like that. But the door, basically the door, chronicles my journey. The last chapter took me 2.5 years to do. And why 2.5 years is because I processed my madness. And that includes having to deal with my marriage and the damage that I caused to my marriage. And therefore, by default, implicates my wife. So a lot of counseling had to go into that process, and approval both from my children and from my wife to say this is a story that you can go to. So I talk about, I pull no punches. I talk about my experiences with prostitution and prostitutes. I talk about my experiences in whorehouses, and it's gory. And the view and the disposition is to unmask the scheme of the enemy, you know, because if you can unmask it, and unfortunately, because I'm not in isolation, I've got a family, I had to consider them, you know, and bring them to the fore so that they can understand. Had my wife said, no, you can't publish this book, unfortunately, I wouldn't, no matter how much I wanted. But you will see the damage that it causes. A Christian man who knows all the truth, who is a father and supposed to be protecting his family, basically opened doors to the enemy and came in, and he comes to steal, kill, and destroy. As though stealing was not enough, he wants to kill. As though killing was not enough, he wants to live a scorched-edge policy that you will never be remembered ever, and anything that you, but by the grace of God, I'm standing. So the door is gut-wrenching. Trust me when I tell you, it's gut-wrenching.
Let's talk about 2 or 3 questions, comments, observation. Go ahead, young lady.
Good afternoon. I go by the name Reabetsu Mudibedi. I actually have 2 questions, but the first would be that Is your book just what you call this, a hard copy, or is there digital copies that we could actually access? Number two.
Now, I like that question because it's future technology, future skills. Remember, I go way back with this man. We are PPT, born before technology. So yeah, I know he's got an answer. The second question?
Okay, the second question is that realistically, the youth of Paris is, we literally dealing with drug abuse, and most of our kids are not in school. The biggest drug right now in Paris is the crystal meth, right? I recently found out, I didn't even know, I know there was, Bluetooth where if you use Nyaupe, you do the blood. Now I heard there is Wi-Fi where we're not now putting, like let's say I smoke and then Roy is the one who takes my blood. Now I don't want to share with Roy. I'm smoking alone and putting it in a chicken, and then later when my high is down, I draw blood from the chicken and put it in me, right? So that one was more extreme and I didn't even understand it. But my question is, because crack cocaine is an overseas thing, what is it equivalent to in South Africa? I've never gotten the crack, because I know there's cat, but what's crack cocaine in South Africa?
Okay. To answer both questions very quickly, the first question is yes, we'll go digital. David is big on digital. And by the way, we are coming up with a website for David gave me a riveting forward. And that forward, we decided we're not going to put it here because we're going digital. You will order from our website, you will pick it up at any platforms that you can pick up. We're going to make big noise around the door. And we've got a team of people who said, look, we want to help you to make that big noise. So you will find it, yes, both electronic, and you will get it physical in meetings like this. You can pick it up. We've brought quite a few there, and it's not a whole lot, but we brought quite a few. And it's 250, 100 goes to ICANN, and 150 goes to obviously cover our costs and put a little money in our pocket. So it's 150. So yes, crack cocaine in South Africa is crack cocaine. And what crack cocaine is powder form. So cocaine, you inhale it through the nose. Crack cocaine, you smoke it through a pipe. Basically, it comes in a form of rocks like small peanuts. And basically, it's hard. It's combined with something. The thing that attracted me to it, they called it brown sugar. It goes directly to your brain immediately after you smoke. The high, it's amazing. The feeling you get is out of the. I'm not here to advertise, but you know what I mean. So it's instantaneous. But once you've done it, they say, and I put it in my book, that once you've done it, it's like giving the devil a blowjob because you want more. And eventually what happens is that you get hooked. And I'm so shocked maybe in the last 2 months, I must have received about 6-7 calls from pastors privately who are on crack cocaine. Okay, pastoring a church and are on crack cocaine. And of course it has to be confidential, and I go to them and we try, and it's amazing how it has destroyed. I see myself in that. And some, in rehab they teach you that you keep what you have by giving it away. So for me to help somebody, I'm keeping what I have. So in South Africa it's called crack cocaine. That's what it is. And we use it just like we use it. And I remember a guy that used crack cocaine a lot was the late Richard Pryor, the musician. That's where I saw crack cocaine, or at least understood what crack cocaine was for the first time. So it's a hardened form. You smoke it. It's instantaneous, as opposed to cocaine. You inhale it. It's going to take 10-15 minutes to kick into your system. Crack kicks in the same time.
The Legacy Foundation, SG, he was here yesterday,
yes.
Dr. Skolana, just Skolana
yes.
He's actually the chairperson.
Yes.
So we've already signed an MOU with them.
That's right.
And then also the SACPO president had to leave.
Yes.
All the TVET colleges.
Yes.
I was sharing that email to Faith and to Peter.
Yes.
So we're also going to be invading all those places.
Yes.
2 more questions before we wrap up. Okay, question there. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. It's just a comment. I'm with Abner and Dr. D. Thank you.
You must make a disclosure. This is my sister.
Yes.
So that we know
this is our sister.
Yeah, those are my brothers there. They helped me in more ways than one. My daughter, about 5 years ago, called me to tell me that she's on tick. I didn't know what to do. I was so embarrassed. I called David. David called Abner. almost immediately the following day, she was taken to South Coast, where Abna went for rehab. She has been clean for more than 5 years. She's married and has 2 kids. So to both of you, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I didn't even have 1 cent to pay for the rehab. And then it was 20,000 a month. And David made sure that he paid without even asking 1 cent back, and even sending her money to buy other stuff that I needed. So in life, I've learned that while people are still alive, you have to thank them and show them how grateful you are. So to both of you, I love you from the bottom of my heart, and may the Lord bless you for what you've done for me.
Yes. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, going. We're coming to this side. Don't worry, we're coming to this side. Going this side. 3, 2, 1.5, 1. Okay, smooth. Let's go to this side here. Any question, comments, observation? Okay, here's one here, Obama. Then we'll go to the next side there. By the way, this is still, some of you online, is still future skills, future technology, because this is real stuff. As you can say, the second day we started with taking back your life. This is also one way of taking back your lives, right? It may not be you, you may be in difficult times. Why I love Abner, because when I went through my difficult times, he was able to be there for me. You see what I mean? Sow your bread, throw your bread upon the water, and then one day it will come back. But make sure that bread is covered with plastic, because South African bread will go down the water, okay? It was just a joke, you know that, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Doc. My question...
Both of us are dogs, so which one? These dogs are real.
Thank you so much, dogs. No, mine would be the latest trend. I'm so worried. While you were talking about the issue of, addiction, especially to our youngsters. Now there's a latest that is being used almost everywhere, every corner, wherein our youngsters are smoking pipe. What do we call them? There's a name for it. Yes, hubbly bubbly. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm seeing an increase in the number of youngsters who are getting into that, and of late, you will then discover that an element of some drugs will go into that. Basically, which will say the rate at which now the use of illegal substance will increase, will dramatically not even double but triple. I'm not too sure how far we can go in terms of trying to get to understand that space of the use of such kind of equipments, especially for
I would say in answering that, education is the key, because nobody starts out thinking that they'll become an addict, and even World Health Organization recognizes that addiction is a spiritual disease. Okay, and what we need to do is to empower and educate our children. That yes, you start with a hubbly bubby, which gives you a high, by the way. It gives you a high. Okay, and from there you will want even a higher high if there's something like that. So you graduate in levels, and because it's a spiritual disease, there's an enemy that's fighting you, who's caught a glimpse of who you are and where you're going in terms of your future, and he wants to basically, stop you dead in your tracks. So what I propose, and in the young people that we work with, is education. Hubbly is wrong. It's not good. It gets smoked in clubs. It gets smoked in restaurants after hours when it's dark, and there are people prowling there looking for customers. You leave your drink just for a moment, it gets spiked, just so you can get hooked to something. So for me, education, getting involved in the life of our children, because 9 out of 10 times we're busy, we are not available, we don't get involved in their lives.
Thanks so much. Okay, we're coming to that. We're hitting this corner, and then we finish up with that. Go ahead, my sister.
Just a quick, I don't know whether to say a statement or question. So I come from a place called Katlehong, which is in the East Rand, and what I've noticed is that there's a lot of use of nyaupe, mostly. I don't know whether maybe it's cheaper. I guess it's cheaper than the other forms of drugs. But then again, I think another problem that we did not touch on since yesterday, we touched more on the unemployment rates and all of that, and obviously they'll say most of the drug use comes from people that have nothing to do, are unemployed and all of that. But I think something that we have not dived deep into is what the problem is with the youth. Because for me, from what I've observed in my area, is that there's a lack of commitment as well from the youth. As much as we can say the unemployment rates are high and all of that, but in that high rate, there's people who are actively looking for employment, but there's also another portion of the youth that are not bothered when it comes to working and actually going to look for a job or even starting a business to provide some kind of income for themselves. So what is done to help that youth? I don't know whether they've lost something or something in them has died. So what can be done to revive that and to avoid such issues as drug abuse? Because I also think it stems from that. People, when the youth has nothing to do, they just sit around and they smoke and they do all these funny things because maybe they've lost hope when it comes to being successful or doing better with their own lives.
Thank you so much, my sister. It's a little bit, maybe you don't know a lot about ICANN Foundation. People see David Molapo, but they don't know the man behind the scenes who is here. When we came back, we couldn't find jobs ourselves. With all the degrees, more than thermometer, we couldn't find a job, so we created our own jobs. But again, I said from yesterday, if you heard it, that what makes me not to sleep. Remember I said unemployed graduates, unemployed young people, period. Okay? As we speak, we're in 6,000 schools in this country. We reach 6 million young people. Youth in school, youth out of school. So if you know a lot of people here who know about us, I'm not always like this, hats, always wearing a cap, we're in those schools. The first career awareness book in South Africa was created by us under Mary Metcalf. She was the MEC of education here, first. You know, today you call them life orientation educators. If you still have that book, because we were exposed to what is happening in America, the American youth and the suicides and things like that, we brought it here. The problem was, remember, we did not work, so we had to hustle to do certain things. We got on television and things like that. Because also young people are manipulative, okay? Some of you are a good mom, a single mom, you're a good couple, whatever, but you cannot live your children's life. There is a time that you also need to understand that these kids have got skills called manipulative skills. And with us, we call a spade a spade. But because we are Christians, we will do exactly what Jesus said we must do. You plant. There are 4 areas you plant. Remember the story. But only 1 area out of 4, I mean mathematics, a quarter, you'll be successful. That's 25%, Peter. So you didn't run away from my maths. You know, quarter means 25%. You know, 25%. So the scary part, and I'm going to shoot straight with you. There are some young people that are beyond repair. We need, supernatural deliverance. But do we give up on them? No. But sometimes as parents, we keep on bailing them out. So now we have to get involved in parent to say, sometimes leave that kid in prison for a couple of days. Abantu bazathini. Forget about bazathini. This is your life. You know, but you cannot live your child. This is not only black kids now. Remember, when I'm in 6,000 school, we reach everybody. Remember, people joke, but I'm not joking, I'm serious. It's like eating Nando's. Left wing, right wing, we don't care, you're black, white, you're ANC, EF, we work with everybody. So unfortunately, a lot of that kind of work is not highlighted by people, but yes, there are a lot of young people that for many reasons, they have reached the goal that they can't give up. They've given up. I went to Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta University, spoke to about 4,000 young, not for 30 minutes. And exactly that question was asked, what are we doing with our brothers and sisters there? I said, all of us, we realize that our middle name is not Holy Spirit Jr. We're not supposed to be general managers of the world. All of us, one teach one. And that is why I kept on saying, I applaud this young man who is my brother. In this area, he's my boss. Incredible, because he's gone through stuff. So because he's modest, I'm not modest. We need your money, you buy these books so that we're able to reach people in Katlehong. We're from Kwatem. So you know, wise people come from the east end, you know. So, so you know, we get touch on that. But Siswam, Somebody asked me on the other day on television, what is your legacy piece? You know what we said? We are driven up by the next generation of leaders.
That's right.
Because some of them, the potential is dying with them. Don't forget, we are also pastors. We are bearing young people. Forget this corona thing. Young people are dying even more than these 87,000 people. Bless their souls. We've lost people there. But there are more thousands and thousands of young people dying daily. And are we now just going to sit down? No, we keep on planting. Because, Georgie, you never know where that 1/4, where that fertile soil is going to be. So I'm saying to you, that is why we work with the TVETs. Because in the TVETs, as you heard yesterday, he says we bring him the wrong kind of students, you know. But again, let's forget the students. They are somebody else's child.
That's right.
So the question is, we as parents, what is our responsibility? You know, Amy yesterday spoke, Brother Danny spoke about, it's all about collaboration. That is why I started saying corporate, parents, so that we already have the infrastructure. We're going to these schools, we're going to these communities for free so that we can be able to empower our young people, okay? So, Abna, you want to add something there?
No, I wanted to ask you to share about the National Center for Fathering, because also fathers and sons are key.
In fact, I want Dan, come in, my brother. Dan? Let's talk about that one. Just get a seat and thing here. No, he's got one there, yeah. Abna wanted us to talk about the other ones. In fact, I'm going to talk about that book now in a minute. But then, what are we doing with the National Center for Fathering, and what are some statistics showing, particularly to deal with youth at risk?
We've discovered that love to our children, the spelling is not L-O-V-E, but it's T-I-M-E. Spending time with your kids. Because, like Apna has said, he was spending more time trying to make money. But at that time, he could not attend to his children. And remember that you're raising somebody else's wife, somebody else's husband in your own house. And the mistakes that, or the challenges that we are facing in our own marriages, it's actually the problem of our fathers.
Yes, that's true.
Because they were never there for us. So if you find, kids, out of line and whatever, the first thing that people will ask, where's the man in that house? Where's the father in that house? Because stats prove that 80% of the juveniles who are in prison is because of lack of fathering. In many families you have women who are raising their own kids, and it's a good thing. And we owe it up to our mothers to do a great job. But they cannot do the work of the father. And we end up having a lot of young men who are fully raised by women. And now they become women out there. Men who are women out there. That's why we have a lot of road rages, a lot of fights, because of women raised using emotions. We use teaching principles. That's how a husband and a wife have to come together to raise their kids. We're not so much into emotions, but so much into teaching, into inspiring our own kids, so that we build the left side of the brain, which is the logical side. But because of that absence, it leads to what you were saying, that there are youth that have lost hope because they've lost hope in looking at a father who's not there. So it's a 5-day course, basically, on fathering, whereby we do it for governments, we do it for churches, whereby we teach fathers how to take their role as a father. Fathering, it's not just, women carry our kids for 9 months. But we carry our kids from the day we were born. Your kids are in your loins. So whatever you do, whether you're running around, sleeping around, you do it with your own children. And the Bible says Levi, who received tithe, gave tithe in Abraham, meaning Levi, when he was still a sperm, because Abraham is not a direct father to Levi. He came 4 generations later. But when Abraham gave his tithe, God acknowledged that Levi also tithed. So when our grandfathers were sleeping around with women, we were there doing it with them as well. And now you are born, you are married, you are happy, but you still want to sleep around. You ask yourself, where does this thing come from? No, you inherited it from your great-grandfather. So fathering is an issue. It's a great issue, and I like what Dr. David is doing, because he is trying to help us, to help fathers to find their footing. Because an acronym of father is just be faithful, because this is a calling. You know, fathering is a full-time job. And be authentic, that's the A on your fathering. Be an authentic father. You can't sit with your kids watching dirty movie and then you are just quiet about it. It's the snake entering the garden and offering your kids and your wife an apple, if it was an apple in the garden. And you are sitting there as Adam and you are just passive. You know, and the other thing is the T is to teach. You know, be able, accept teaching from other men. One of the things, now we are full of pride. Another man can't teach me. And that's where we miss it. And if you are not taught, what are you going to teach to your kids? Because you can only give what you know or what you have. So that is why we do these trainings, these 5-day trainings, and we can customize it based on how you want it to do it. So we have to be taught so that we can teach. And then the H is to be humble. You know, we are in a world of technology. And a lot of technology, it's our children that knows it. So humility helps you to learn from your kids, because you know the door of our children, in their hearts, the handle is only inside. And you know, you cannot open it from outside. You have to come to a place of humility whereby your child can open the door for you. You're not making corrections whilst you're still outside. That is why Jesus had to enter the temple first before he turned the tables. We want to turn the tables from outside. It doesn't happen that way. So humility assists you to come to a position whereby your child can open up to you, and once you are in, you can make corrections. And it takes time. It's a relationship that you have to build over time. You can't just do it like that. So we become students. You know, I was saying in one meeting that when we grow up and we have children, when our kids start to grow up, we stop growing. And when you stop growing and your child is busy growing, you still want to raise that child, but at that time he's no longer in a space of being raised. You have to relate. Meaning, you relate to the child, you have meetings with the child, you are relating with that child, because the child has grown from being raised to where you start to relate with them. So we have to continuously grow. So is the H which talks about us being humble, and the E, we have to, you know, entertain our kids. They go out for entertainment because it's not there in the house. And the last R is to be recreational and be reliable as well, because in most cases, as fathers, we are not reliable. We make promises and we don't keep the promises. And then we teach a culture of not being honest.
That's so true.
And even when there are extramural activities at school, as a father, you don't go. And the child, because of you are the voice of authority, they think school is not important. My father doesn't go there. This is a women thing. So as fathers, we need to follow that acronym to make sure that if I'm taking care of my kids, Abna is taking care of his, Tatemlapo is taking care of his kids, then the whole community is taken care of. So it's a full-time job, it's a responsibility that as fathers we need to account to.
Thanks so much, Abna. The last question here, because our last speaker is finishing up, and then we're going to have AVR, have lunch, and then we are done for the day. We're going to have a wonderful thing while we are eating the classes. But let's get the 2 questions here. Babu Masibugo, I saw your hand there, Babu. Then 1, 2, 3, and that's it. If you can get all those 3 questions quickly, we will be short and sweet, and then Abna, you will wrap up there, okay? Yeah.
Thank you. So, you know what, your stories was very touching to me. And because of the problems that we are facing at the TVET College, we came up with program of debate, poetry, and drama competitions that acts out things like the abuse of drugs. So we're trying to discourage the use of drugs. The only thing that I wanted to say was, I must make sure that when I live here, when I go back to Limpopo, I have those 2, the book and...
This one?
Yes,
these 2?
Both of them. So that from them, I can be able to come up with topics for the debate, for the poetries, for the dramas. That will in a way educate people against the use of drugs. But what I'm going to personally ask, deliberately I'm asking in front of these people, because I know when I ask you in front of these people, you'll not say no.
No, you don't know us, Baba. No. We will embarrass you publicly to say N-O, and which part of no don't you understand? You know? All right. Yeah, don't put us in a corner. Request, request.
The story that you told, I know it is in that book.
Yes.
But I believe after reading the book myself, I would also want to, in one chapter of my third book that I've already started, give a hint of your story and show to people that it doesn't matter where you come from, you can still make it in life. So I wanted permission that after going through that story, I'm not going to go into details, but I'll just touch the most important things that you would have said in the book to show that even that is after all these things, but the man was still able to stand up on his 2 feet.
Dr. Papa, let's save time, dear. What do you think?
I'm guided by you.
Yeah, no, fantastic. If you, what you do as an author, and thanks so much for giving the book, you give credit, you give the story of Abner Mariri. Remember, in the morning, Michael Podolinsky, a multimillionaire, American, lives in Singapore. He says, David Molapo and I are writing books. And he kept on saying, I have learned from David, but I quote David Molapo. You saw that. It's good for the students. We've got our master students, our doctorate students here. Nothing wrong. Get the source, the story, and if possible, from the book, The Door. Always cite their reference, not a problem on that, okay? But if you want him to come, remember, every voice, there's an invoice. Thank you. They got good students there. Papa Masibuga, and then Tatamiela, you're the last one. Then we are wrapping up the up from here. Sure. Go ahead.
Sure.
Thank you so much for
Dr. Masibugo,
for the opportunity. Docs. I've got 3 questions to Dr. Abner. I just hope I will be able to articulate them clearly.
Please, yes.
One,
yes.
You went to rehab and relapsed more than once.
Yes.
My question is, how difficult is it to come out of drugs?
Based on certain drugs, it's very difficult. If you are on heroin, statistics are that 1 out of every 10 recovers. If you're on crack cocaine, the chances are better. On cocaine, maybe 3 out of 10 recovers. So it's very difficult. There has to be a will on your part. Every parent who calls me about their child, I said, is your child ready to give up drugs? And if they say yes, the biggest battle has been won. We just need to take them and put them in a place of safety where they can process. Remember, it's processing. It's unlearning to relearn new sets of experiences. So unfortunately, the majority at least have not given up the drugs. It's the parents who wants them to come out of drugs. And sometimes the parents are the ones who are using drugs. So let's not abdicate responsibility and put it to kids as though parents are immune. Drugs is an equal employer for everybody. Black, white, Indian, colored, no discrimination. It affects you. But it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Okay, thank you so much. And then the second question. You said you spent 8 months in rehab.
Yes.
For you to come clean again. My question is, why did it take you so long to be clean again? And attached to that question is, are there any levels of addiction? Once you're addicted to drugs, does this addiction have levels?
Yeah, let me answer your first question. Okay. You know, why did it take me so long? You have to juxtaposition that against the amount of time that you've used while you are in active addiction. Part of the problem is that I used for over 5 years. But if you use for 5 years, 9 out of 10 times, every addict wants a shortcut to recovery. I wanted to go in a session for 3 weeks and I'll be done with drugs. Truth be told, once I get into, I struggled with crack cocaine. So after 2 days, that crack cocaine is out of my system. So 3 weeks is more than sufficient, I thought, I rationalized in my head to come out of drugs. Whereas it was not so. I used 5 years, I needed significant amount of time in rehab to make sure not only do I bag clean time, but I also process the madness, because it's not only about drugs, it's a behavioral disorder problem. You lapse in behavior before you pick up anything. So you have to deal with your behaviors. Remember now, when you use drugs, you've got Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So you're two people in one. Okay? There's one person at night or during addiction, there's another person who's being projected here to say you're a successful businessman, you're doing well, your life is together, when we know the truth, if you're using drugs, that you've got two lives. So that other life, for it to die, you can't kill it overnight. You know, the same intensity with which you engaged in drugs, you must use the same intensity to come out of it. And unfortunately, there's a cost. There's a medical doctor who said they want to come clean. And I said, what are you willing to do for your freedom? He said, anything. I said, are you willing to go to rehab for 1 year? He said, no. I said, call me when you're ready. Okay? 6 months later, they called me. They're in Hillbrow, walking on bare feet. They called me because the same paranoia I had. It was the first time I woke up my wife and we went to Hillbrow to pick him up, stinking. And he had a car. I said, what are you prepared to do for? He said, anything. I said, 1 year. He said, 2 years. I said, okay, I'm going to sell your car, because somebody must pay for your habit. You know, you can't expect somebody higher. He says, but when I come back, I said, you're talking about coming back. Let's sell the car to pay for your goodness. And we sold the car, paid for rehab. Their mother, who's a single parent, added some money to make sure that his son could get well. And today is well. 100% well. But there has to be a sacrifice somewhere. Okay? Are there levels of addiction? Yes, there are levels of addiction. The longer you are in that's why for me, and I say it in my book, I deal with it in detail. I became suicidal. And suicide for me was not the way you would perceive suicide. Suicide for me was another door of addiction. To ending my life was just for me, this is another door. Just as I started with crack, went mixed with cocaine, methamphetamine, used all of them, put alcohol, that's 4 of them in one. Suicide, that's a nice door. I think I should try that door. And what did I do? I put a note, bought all those drugs, went into a hotel with the view of ending it all. 4 days later, the lady knocked on the door, and people came to take me out. You see, so are there levels? Yes, there are levels. That's why you will find a person jumping from the floor, top floor, on drugs, jumping, because he doesn't see that he's killing themselves. It's just another way to another dimension of drugs. So there are levels.
The last question. Please, Baba, yeah, because Olomide is already there. Tatemuela, make sure your question is short. Like I said, we need to finish on time so that we can have a lot stuff with AVR. Baba, the last question, Baba.
The last question is about suicide. You pointed out that a number of folks there at the South Coast Rehab relapsed and they committed.
Yes, did some rehabs, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now my question is, what really helped you not to kill yourself?
Well, even the World Health Organization, they say if you are addicted to something, it's jail, institutions, and death. Okay? What helped me is my daily dying. You know, every single day I pray before God, because I can never say I will not relapse tomorrow, because I know people who begged 15 years of clean time and relapsed. Okay? And I know for me what is left. I've been to jail. I was arrested a couple of times with drugs on me and sent to jail, pried my way out. Sorry to say that, but had to. I went to 3 institutions. I went to Crescent Clinic, Elim Clinic, South Coast Recovery Center. What is left for me is death. So I keep what I have by giving it away. And how do I keep it? I daily die. I daily ask for grace that as I face this day, I pray and hope. Sometimes I get using dreams. Like I'd be in that spot, using, sweating, and I get up and say, what have I done to my life? Because again, at rehab, they teach you, at least at South Coast, they taught me to play the movie through. You know, craving is a showing short of a coming attraction. You know, that trailer that they play in the movie before the main feature, it's always a coming attraction, and they will take great pieces of that work. Even though the 2 hours might be boring, What they showed you was a clip that generated an interest. So at rehab, they teach you, you must play the movie through, so that when you deal with the cravings, it's a showing shot of a coming attraction. So playing the entire movie means, now I must lie. I must go back to stealing. I must go back to selling things. I must go back to this, to this, to this, to that. And maybe I don't have a chance again to come out alive. I might die. So after I play the movie through, do I want to go back there again? No. My children are my valuable asset that I have. And I missed already 5 years of their lives. And now I want to cover for everything that I've missed. Because it's unfair on them. They did never ask to be brought into this world. So the best thing I can do is to try and maintain cleanness and to know that it's not about me, it's about my generation. And I had to break all kinds of stuff when I came home. I had to pray for them, I had to pray for myself, I had to break generational care. You name, the list is long. I never believed in deliverance before until I went to rehab and until I saw what drugs can do. You're basically dabbling in the kingdom of darkness in the true sense of the word. And I saw that. And David saw the number of us who were there at South Coast. And you come back, you've got nothing. When I say nothing, nothing. As long as you've got pap and meat and some veggies in the house, you've got a whole lot. So you have to start again, all again. So do I want to go back there? No. Do I want to subject my family? No. Do I want to subject the community that I live in? I've already published a book. Can you imagine now people who are looking up to us to say, if he did it, we can do it. So I die daily to make sure that the standards that I've set for myself, at least I can try and match them by the grace of God.
Last question, Tate Mnyala, please short and sweet so that we wrap up.
Okay, thanks Tate Molapo for this opportunity. It's a comment actually, it's not a question.
Okay.
What Dr. Abna said is very true. I remember where I was working to another school before, and then I was doing an audit for learners, and then there was one learner that I know, and then I even know the parents, and then she was sleeping in the class, and then she was completely dead. So when we checked, and then we found that this child, the fellow kids, they put a drip, they call it drip lift, the brandy, inside the cold drink.
The drift, yeah.
Yeah, and then that child, and then she drank it, and then she collapsed and passed out. So it's one of the elements that I concur with what he said, that you may find that your child is innocent, you're treating him or her based on the activities, and then you are not aware that when she's out, what kind of activities and situations that she encounters. So it's very, very practical that we need to be alert based on our kids, based on the environment that they are living on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tate Mnyala. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Abna Moriri. The door, the book is open, and then you're going to be sitting here. Let's have our last speaker all the way from Nigeria, UK. Where are you right now, my brother? Hello.
I'm in Nigeria.
How you doing, Dr. Olomide?
How are you guys doing? I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you, Dr. Molapo and the entire team for the opportunity to be a part of this awesome event. I'm just here to give you a little snack so that you have it as a little takeaway to talk into all the experiences you've had. And I recently just concluded my second PhD, and during my dissertation, I wrote my dissertation on the power of personal leadership and political leadership in the economic empowerment of individuals, because I'm very passionate about the economic of individuals, especially on the continent. So within the brevity of time that is available to me, I just want to talk to you about the power of personal leadership. The power of personal leadership. We're going to be talking about future skills, future technology. If we're going to talk about anything with reference to the future, leadership matters. And every individual must come into a place where they are ready to operate under what I call the power of personal leadership. It was Peter Drucker that stated that the most important leadership in the 21st century will be personal leadership. Because most of the time, when we look at the different dimensions of the leadership dichotomy, a lot of people go into the chicken and egg situation. Are leaders born? Are leaders made? People want to have a position before they can begin to operate in leadership. So they limit their journey of leadership to positional leadership. But I need you to know that if we are all going to be the best version of ourselves and maximize our possibilities, then we need to give personal leadership a premium position in our lives. What exactly do we mean by personal leadership? I define personal leadership as a way to lead yourself from the inside out. A way to lead yourself from the inside out. And by leading yourself from the inside out, you are now able to apply all the proven life success and business skills and principles. Because you are not waiting for somebody to lead you, you are ready to lead yourself from inside out. One of my revered mentor, John Maxwell, was the one that said that everything rises and falls on leadership. And he also said something. He said, if you are going ahead as a leader and no one is following you, you are just taking a stroll. But what that means is you have to go ahead first. So it begins with you. So you need to come into that place of personal leadership. So personal leadership is simply the way to lead yourself from the inside out and apply all the proven life, success, and business skills and principles in order to maximize your possibilities and be the best version of yourself. And when you begin to move in the direction of personal leadership, there are some things that will become part of your life. Number one, you will have the ability to crystallize your thinking. You will have the ability to crystallize your thinking. You will not have scattered thoughts because you are into personal leadership. You'll be able to put your thoughts together. You'll be able to crystallize your thinking so that it can propel you into strategic action and progress. You need to understand that 20 years ago, there was no Twitter. 20 years ago, there was no Instagram. 20 years ago, there was no WhatsApp. BlackBerry used to be invoked. Now it's iPhone. The question we need to begin to answer is, who are the people that will produce the product of tomorrow? You cannot continue to answer yesterday's questions today. We need to begin to answer tomorrow's questions today. And it is those that have personal leadership that can see ahead, think ahead, go into what I call big picture thinking to discover the questions of tomorrow, the possible problems of tomorrow, so that we can answer tomorrow's questions today and bring forth products and services in the area of tech and come up with all kinds of stuff that will help us ensure we have a better tomorrow. So number one, it will help you to crystallize your thinking. Number two, it will help you to be able to establish the exact direction of your life. Once you are into personal leadership, you're not going to live a life of confusion. You're not going to live a life of, double-mindedness. You're going to have vision. You're going to have mission. You're going to have direction. You're going to have what I call exactitude of life. You're going to have a purpose. A life without a purpose is an experiment. So once you come into personal leadership, you'll be able to establish the direct direction of your life. You know where you are going to. You'll be able to develop a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, a 20-year plan. Because the question is, if you are confused about what you're going to do today, how can you have a 5-year plan? If you are confused about what you're going to do tomorrow, how can you have a 10-year plan? If you are confused about your own personal life, how can you lead an organization and be a transgenerational leader that will take that organization from generation to generation? We now live in a post-COVID world where personal leadership is the top of it all, because you live in a chaotic system. We have what we call, we say we are now in a VUCA world. We are now in a VUCA world. The world is volatile, is unstable, is chaotic, is ambiguous. Now that's called VUCA. We are now in a VUCA world. And because we're in a VUCA world, it takes a man that has the power of personal leadership to be able to continually reinvent and innovate in the midst of the chaotic situation that we found ourselves. Number three, once you begin to operate in the direction of personal leadership, it will help you to commit yourself to moving in the right direction. You will not be waiting for somebody to supervise you. You will not be waiting for somebody to micromanage you. You will supervise yourself. You will micromanage yourself. You will discipline yourself to move in the right direction. You will not be distracted by all the different seductive ideas and seductive opportunities around. You will focus on your focus, because when you focus on your focus, you will end up becoming the focus. So number 4, the power of personal leadership will also help you to take determined action to become all you can be. The power of personal leadership will help you to take determined action to become all you can be. In the world that we live in today, you need to understand 1,000 good intentions are not as powerful as one action. There are a lot of people that are always thinking, oh, I plan to, I hope to, I intend to, and they never get to doing anything. Why? Because they don't give action. They don't give action to their intention. You see, pursuit is the proof of desire. That you desire a better tomorrow does not make tomorrow better. That you desire a greater future does not make the future greater. It's the action that you put to your dream that makes your dream to become a reality and not to just be a nightmare. So personal leadership is very, very key. And for you to be able to succeed in personal leadership, continuous improvement is very, very important for personal leadership, because the day you stop learning, you start dying. If you grow up, you will stay up. If you jump up, you will come down. So you've got to come into that place where you are continually growing. I've had a PhD before. I've got 2 master's degree. I've been to Harvard. I've been to Huddersfield. I've been all over. Yet I still went ahead to do a second PhD. Why? Because I have to continually learn. Because we live in a world where you have to learn, unlearn, and relearn continually. And that's what personal leadership is all about. So if you are listening to me right now, you've got to be ready to learn. You can visit my website, www.olumideemmanuel.org. www.olumideemmanuel.org. All manner of resources are available there that will tremendously help you. You can follow me on all my social media platforms. From time to time, I post videos on a weekly basis, send out educational materials, host Insta Live sessions to help you. In closing, once you come into that place where you want to begin to operate in personal leadership, then there are 5 things that you need to have. Number 1, you must have a personal mission. What is your personal mission on earth? You must have a personal mission that drives you, that wakes you up, that gets you out of bed, that gets you moving, that makes you to continue to go on, regardless of all the challenges that you see around. Personal mission. Number 2, you must have personal values, because we live in a world where a lot of people have diverse kinds of values. And as you begin to go deeper into the marketplace, you will realize that not everyone in the marketplace have the same values like you. So you need to have personal values so that you will be able to choose. Listen to me right now. You need to come into that place where you'll be able to intentionally choose the people you allow into your inner circle. So anyone that does not have the same value with you should not be allowed into your inner circle. You can do business with them as external, outsourcing business. You can do all kinds of, but to bring them into your inner circle, they must have the same value with you. But if you don't have personal value, how will you know how to use your value to reach those that are bringing into your inner circle? We've seen all kinds of people that have moved from grace to grass because they did not have personal value. Number 3, you need to have personal goals. So personal mission, personal values, and then personal goals. Personal goals. Your goals must be well articulated, you must be documented, and you must stick to those goals. And then number 4, you must have personal commitment, because you need to understand that the greatness of a man is in the cause that he lives for and the price that he is willing to pay to achieve those costs. So you must be ready to pay the price. An object will remain stagnant until a force is applied. Your life will remain the same way it is until you do something about it. So don't just think that things will just happen. Nothing just happens. People make things happen. So you must have personal commitment. So you are committed to paying the price to get the prize. You are committed to doing all that is required to be all that you need to be. And then finally, you need a personal coach. You need a personal coach. No matter how great you are, you need a personal coach all the great footballers of this world, they have coaches. The great basketballers, the great musicians, the great artists, they all have coaches. Musicians, they have voice coaches, they have trainers. In business, in life, in anything you want to do, you need a coach. And that's what I'm there for. Myself and Dr. Mulapo, we have been privileged to coach people all over the continent and all over the world. And I'm available to help you for personal coaching, for corporate coaching, for governmental coaching, to consult for you as an individual, as a corporate organization, as a government entity. We can help you. I run the Billionaires Conclave. I've raised over 1,000 millionaires and about 17, now about 21 different billionaires on the continent already. And these are people that started from nothing. So I can help you, I can coach you in your personal finance, in organizational finance, in national finance, and how to plan. People want to retire, retirement planning, to ensure that we help train and coach. So you want to succeed, you want to be the best version of yourself, you need a personal coach. And that's what some of us are. We are available to coach you, whether as an individual, as an organization, or even as a government. We've done that for many years on the continent, and we are still available to do that. So I need to close right now because I just said let me drop by and give you some snack so that you can take the snack and add it to the meal that has been given to you. And make sure you visit my website, www.olumideemmanuel.org, and follow me on social media right now, on Instagram at @olumidemmanuel, on Twitter at @olumidemmanuel, and on Facebook at olumide.emmanuel. Till we meet again when I have an opportunity to come into South Africa and have a live event with Dr. Mulapo and the ICANN team, then I'm going to be seeing you. So keep your dream alive, and bye for now.
Don't leave. Come on, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. If you can be slow there, again, what is that website? Because I know there are free things that they can download up there. I think the two, what can they download now? The 50 mistakes? Do you still have
once they go to the website, there are a lot of audio programs and books that they can download for free. So it's www.olumideemmanuel.org. www.olumideemmanuel.org.
Awesome. And remember now, you can fly to South Africa now from Nigeria. Did you vaccinate, or you still praying about it, my brother?
No. We are ready. We don't have enough vaccination in Nigeria. We are 200 million people and just 4 million vaccines. So I'm ready to be vaccinated. I'm ready to go global.
Thank you so much. Listen, you are our last speaker today. I think you ended up on a positive. Future skills, future technologies. The motivation is good, but at the end of the day, there must be action. And what would the last words from you, what actions can these people take now? One, you mentioned they need a life coach, they'll go up there. But as personal leaders, what action can they have tomorrow in their lives, in their corporate, in the government? Well, what kind of action steps can they take?
Okay, the first thing is, once you go into a great meeting like this, great meetings don't make people, it's great decisions that make people. So the first thing they need to do is, once they are through today, they take all the notes and all the manuals, whatever they have, they spend at least an hour, between an hour to a day, to sit down, to go through all the notes once again and document action points. This is what I need to change. This is what I need to stop. So they must identify things they need to change. Number 2, things they need to stop. Number 3, things they need to start. And once they do those 3 things, number 1, you must identify the things you need to change. Number 2, the things you need to stop. And number 3, the things you need to start. And once that is documented, you should just get to work and stay focused.
My Nigerian brother, we love and appreciate you. Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Thank you, sir. AVR, let's come up here quickly. Faith, let's come and just thank the people. Smooth, come and help me there. Folks, we're actually done. We're going to be getting to some fun stuff. Temba, just find out if the food is ready, because we're going to have a lot of food plus tea, one shot, because we're not coming back here, okay? So tea, food, cookies, sandwiches, some of them will take home. Yeah. And then it's also networking. Why feel at the end of the session, we're not in a rush. Smoo is here. He wrote a book, The Genesis for Possibility. It's available. And then I also have a book here, Choose to Change. And then my mentor, John Maxwell, how to deal with the spirit of discouragement and how to lead in tough times. And this one, I'm speaking to 10,000 men. Abner spoke about men. Responsible, engaged fatherhood. It's out here. 360-degree leader, how to lead up, down, and across. It's available here. And then this is our best-selling book right now, The Fourth Industrial Revolution. Some of you bought it. Thank you so much. You're ready the whole day. You know, this is where the future is. Leadership in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Abner spoke about drugs. When we wrote this book, we have a little portion on drugs. So on how to counsel people. So please consider getting it as part of the door and the other one that you'll get. This one is a small one, Growing Without Limits. Don't limit yourself. It's amazing. A lot of people see value in you, John, but you don't see value in yourself. Even when you talk to people, you are belittling yourself. There are seeds of greatness in each and every one of you. Small book, powerful book. This was my first book. It catapulted me to another level there. And then because we're in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we've got 10 books, 4 DVDs, and 2 extra books in this USB. You'll see what other books are there. Leadership, influence, business ethics, mentorship. A lot of books are loaded there. You'll see what they're in there when you go to the other side. And then we also have some of the products. Some of you said, David, how do you keep yourself young? Here it is there. We've got this one called NMN. It's an anti-aging. I remember supplements and vitamins cannot kill you. They are good for your body. Most, particularly black people, we don't have these things. We eat the wrong thing. In the morning, it's starch. And then lunch, it's pap. And then in the evening, we really kill this thing. The mountain, again, shall be removed. You know, so we really need to take care of ourselves. And I'll be watching you here, okay? So anti-aging stuff is here. And then guys, prostate. This has helped me, prostate relax. At the age of 40, if you're not taking care of yourself, those glands grow, and then when you find that you've got prostate cancer, it's too late, stage 4. Consider prostate relax. It's good for you, opens those pipes so that you can be able to urinate well and do the other ministry that God has given you well. And then this one is called capsules. These are X-Power Men capsules, but for you to rise and be healed in the name of Jesus, okay? And then if you do not like capsules, we've got coffee, X-Power coffee. Just get coffee like just ordinary coffee. It will do wonders. They say in Nigeria, we thank God. We thank God for X-Power coffee, okay? Yeah. And then ladies, Femicare. We also have stuff for the ladies, Femicare. It will also do you good and also improve your libido as a woman. It's already here. And then we've got this one called Refined Yunzi Essence. Some of you young people, your skin needs some nice cleansing. This will help you. And then also Femi Energy. A lot of women at a particular time will expect you to cook, to do this, and you run out of energy. This, ladies, will do wonders for you, Femi Energy. And then we also have soap for some of you. Yes. Your makeup, we thank God, we thank God. Ladies, for your makeup, sometimes the soaps you use are some of the problem. So check it out and then Google it. You'll see what this soap will do for you. Then some of us, our water is not good. So this is a wonderful filtration. Just put it in the water tank, water faucet. Again, we need clean water so that it cleans up the gut and things like that. Then now with the mask, the toothpaste, we need a lot of toothpaste because this thing of the mask is killing us. It's not healthy, you know that. And it also creates bad breath. So we also have some of the toothpaste here. And then this, we call it a roll-on. It's like Vicks. Every morning for Corona, people, I used to encourage them, just put like this. It's got menthol things. If there's an itch, you just roll it on. It will do wonders. My wife is using it. I'm using it. It will really help you a lot there. MMC, I bought some time now. Guess what? He says, if I knew you were coming. Let's put our hands for the MMC. You need to come up here, stand close for us. And then here we've got different coffees. It's Racia coffee for your energy level. Some people say, but why do you have energy? No drugs. Remember, supplements and vitamins. There's no caffeine. There's no drugs. It's good for you. And again, you can Google it. And then this one is ginseng. This is for the brothers. I'd encourage ladies, go reishi. But chita ginseng, it'll rechmak ampuit. It'll rechmak. Then veggie is like our Brooklux to clean up the system there. Then the last one is another copy, Cordyceps, which is also good because now we need to boost our immune system. Remember this thing of corona, of boosting systems. In South Africa, we know HIV/AIDS. The problem is that our system was compromised. So again, all of these things are there. And then also, if you're an entrepreneur, young people, the same mask, check it out. This mask that we are selling, Discam buys from us, and you'll be surprised how much they're selling. Get one and go to Discam, same thing, same quality, but they charge them more. So check out on the right, Zasbu. Yeah, and then Bra Abna's books, remember? Can they also buy? Where's Abna? Okay. Do we only have the book, Sharon? Or only the book? So this one, we will keep it until we do the trainer program. So the door is also out there, is that right? You buy it, we swipe it, Abna will even be able to sign for you. And isn't that powerful? Because now, that day MMC, he came for the, remember I told you, he said he wants to come for the class thing. So the timing, MMC, Shaya. No, this man is committed. You don't know what his day looked like, but he made commitment. Ntate, thank you so much, Rodman. We appreciate you, sir. Baba, let's come on in and end up on a positive. And Sharon, let me know 5-10 minutes when the food is ready, because we're going to do part 1. Have some people to do that. We go dish. We can come up here and eat while we are eating. Also have some fun with this audio thing, okay? But you also want to do some gift there, okay? Dr. Who's that young lady? Executive Director, come up here from Tumahule. Rato, please. Come on, Baba, do the presentations. If you can just get one mic while I'm sanitizing this one here.
Hello. Dr. G, thank you very much firstly for inviting us to be part of this. We really appreciate what you're doing for future technology, future skills, and as part of that journey, we'd like to join you, and we've already discussed this, and we look forward to our future relationship going forward, and for those that we're going to interact with and share our skills with. But on behalf of CXIA, or the Center for Digital Transformation and Innovation in Africa, as extended reality, virtual reality, augmented reality developers, we'd like to present a head-mounted device to a wonderful organization that's doing so much for the youth. On behalf of CXIA, congratulations and keep up the good work.
But just tell them what it is now. Is that one the glasses, the VR?
That's the headset, yeah.
Yeah, the headsets.
Which we're going to show you how to use outside.
And then outside you'll see how we're going to be using that. Eko Tumahole, and we pray that other sponsors will get some more stuff. Yes. Brooke, why don't you take a picture there?
Can we take a picture?
Yeah.
Then obviously for all the work that you guys do and for all the exposure that you've given to the various technologies, we'd like to present the ICANN for our Leadership Institute with one of these HMDs as well. Congratulations and thank you very much for all that you do.
Well, where's the cover? Okay, the TV thing, let's just do like this there. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, that's yours there. Yeah, thank you so much. I need to go buy one. Okay, guys, let's come on in before the MMC closes us. So what are we going to be doing? Because what we're going to do is just share our step 1, 2, 3. What we're going to be doing, MMC is going to close for us. We're going to have food, and then we're going to have 10 people here. We're going to take the food, come up here, have fun. So where's Koketso? Koketso? Oh, it's outside. Okay, but come and tell us what we're going to be doing then. MMC? Oh. Oh, he's controlling this from outside. But all the people, I want them to have the experience there, yeah. MMC, when you are ready, we just want you to come and close for us. And then we're still going to eat. After eating, it's networking and doing all of the other stuff. As you say, give people a number. Even if it's a wrong number, God will bless you. You know, just say, you know, just let network. Let's give our MMC a wonderful round of applause.
Thank you so much. Greetings to everyone.
Greetings, sir.
And I also bring greetings from the city of Johannesburg, from our executive mayor, Mphomo Erani, who has just been appointed after we had lost two mayors in less than 2 months. So he said I must convey his greetings and also tell you that he really, really likes what is happening here, because, as I said yesterday, this talks that we are having here are actually talks that have impacted everyone around Johannesburg. You talk about corporates, you talk about government, you talk about financial institutions. Everyone has been part of this in the past, and I believe that even when they can be given a second chance, they'll be here. But I'm just here to make a vote of thanks on behalf of first the city of Johannesburg. We are actually grateful to partner with Dr. Mulapo, his wife, and the entire team that they are working with. Especially, you know, the ICANN Foundation is a name that doesn't need any introduction. Everybody knows about that company. But we are grateful, and some of the people in our department, in the department that I'm running, economic development, were here, and some participated in this lovely occasion. But I just want to first apologize, because we were supposed to be here in the morning. But you know, if you are led, you have to understand authority. So every Friday we have what is called accelerated service delivery. So what is happening is I have a group that I'm working with in the Midrand area. So I just brought my overall with, and then when I arrived at the parking, I took it out and pretend as if I was not wearing any work suit. So, but that is how we are doing it every Wednesday and every Friday, you know. So I'm with two of my colleagues, Leletu, who is doing my media, and she's also doing social media for me. And then there's a gentleman, I think he's sitting somewhere here. Mohammed is my protector, and all of us have been running here just to make sure that we are part of what is happening here. But Dr. Mulapo, thank you so much for what you are doing for the city. You know, this is so important to us because the city itself is turning into what we are calling smart cities. And smart cities because we are now connecting to technology. Everything that we want to do, the way we arrest the criminals must be through technology. The way we do service delivery, your water, your electricity, everything that we are doing in the city is linked to what you guys have been talking about here. But we are actually grateful because what you are talking about, it's something that we have just signed for on Thursday last week. So we haven't started, but it's more relevant to us than any other time. So hosting such an occasion to us means so much, and that is why we really want to encourage you that we will need more of this, and sooner than later. But also I have to thank everybody that has participated in this. I know that diplomats have been part of this. I know that yesterday we had the Secretary General of the African National Congress being part of this. I know that there was a Dean of Ambassadors, Dean of Deans, of Ambassadors that has been part of this. And everybody that came today, because I can see today we have new faces. And we just want to thank you for being part of this, because if we can try and organize these things without you participating in them, we are not going to achieve anything. But our city is proud. Johannesburg is actually where things starts. I was telling my colleagues to say, this city has to push so hard in introducing technology in everything that we are actually working with. So those who are actually in IT space, there is a department with us that is called Metro Trading Company. It has housed all the technology that you can think about, all the services that you can think about that are connected to 4IR. We are actually making sure that these are things that have to be implemented. So you can talk to us, you can be there, we can hear the beautiful ideas that ICANN Foundation has just brought into your minds as you're talking about this. And above all, we just want to say, even in the future, you will find us here, because being part of what is happening here, it's a pleasure to us. So thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for gracing this occasion with your presence. May God bless you all.
Izwa imithandazo yethu. Thanks, Roman. Nkosi sigelela thina lusapholwa. I want about Masibuko. Izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sigelela thina lusapholwa. Very close for us, Baba, and people have to eat first and drive. So shana 3 in 1. Sibona uNkulunkulu, shana ezos phakathi. Then AVR ngithi. So 3 in 1, Baba. Shamthandazo, shemthanda.
Can we just close our eyes to pray? Father, we give you glory, we give you praise, we give you honor. We thank you for the enablement that you have given us, that this occasion be a success. Your word says whatever we do, we should commit it in your hands so that you may make it successful. Lord, we committed this occasion in your hands and you made it successful. And for that we say thank you. Now, Lord, as we are going out for the meals, we pray that you bless the food we're going to eat, that it be very palatable, Lord, and to go down our throats into our stomach in a very nice way. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, Leletu. Sis Letu. Sis Letu. And we need to come take some pictures with MMC. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't rush. Let's eat. After eating, Abdul, Daniel, how are we going to do that at 10:10? Do we do the things outside? So eat. There's so much food. We've got more food than or even you think. Please, let's network. Let's go for it. And then we'll go and join them. So please, folks, enjoy the meal.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema